You don't have a job and you only finished middle school. Panelists, I'm done with you. I'm not going to let some old woman take advantage of me. Never. Just pack your things and leave. I've been married to you for a long time, so be thankful. Are you asking for a divorce? Then he yelled, don't ask me to take you back. You know what I mean. Should I make it clearer? You're too dumb to get it. Are you going to divorce me and marry my sister instead? They stared at each other in shock. My name is Jane. I live with my husband, Tim. I'm in my late 50s and he's 5 years younger than me. I have a younger sister who went to college with my husband. She's the reason I met him. We have 2 children, both of whom are grown up and have their own families. At my age, I often think about the past. A lot has happened in my life. I'm happy to have had 2 children, but I'm not happy with my husband. He makes fun of my education and says I only have a middle school diploma. He always says this when we argue. My husband is right. I only finished middle school. I wanted to go to high school, but we were very poor. Back then, the internet wasn't around, and the world felt small. So, I followed my parents' advice, graduated from middle school, and got a job. My sister, who is 5 years younger, graduated from college because I worked hard to support her. I didn't want her to struggle like I did, so I worked extra hard. Luckily, she was a great student. She got into a top university, and my husband, who went to the same school, is really proud of it. Whenever we argue, he brings up his education. When we first met, he never acted like he was better than me. When we got married and had our first daughter, I was so happy, but slowly, that happiness faded. Back then, it was common for women to quit their jobs after getting married. I planned to quit and focus on raising our child, but my husband wouldn't let me. He wanted me to work full-time, take care of the house, and raise our child, but when our first son was born, he quit his job. I thought he'd let me be a stay-at-home mom, but he didn't help. Housework and childcare were still my responsibility. If he wasn't going to help, I thought at least he could bring in money. I was scared I wouldn't be able to raise 2 kids alone. I worried about money. 6 months after he quit his job, I said, it's time for you to find a job. He snapped, who do you think you're talking to? You're the only one here. It's been 6 months. Are you going to stay unemployed? You can't tell me what to do. I sighed and said, not again. Unlike you, who only finished middle school, I'm someone special. Good for you. So, I guess you'll reach your big goal soon. If I want a job, I'll get one. You don't get to pick my job. I can choose whatever I want. Oh really? Then pick one. I can't. There's no job I want. He may have graduated from a top university, but he couldn't earn a living. If he didn't do anything, his degree was just a piece of paper. At least he should do something for the family. What kind of idiot are you? It's ridiculous for me to do it, right? You're the one who gave birth to the kids. You should be grateful. I've stayed with this man for so many years without divorcing him because of the situation we were in. In our time, people would turn against you if you got divorced. It wasn't just the mother who suffered, people would talk about the kids too. I really didn't want that to happen. But now, my kids are grown, and I think it's okay to end things with him. I'm about to retire. And I'm starting to think that getting a divorce at this age might actually be a good thing. Just imagining it makes my future seem brighter. I've been studying for my high school equivalency exam for a while. With the kids grown up, I have more time to study, and I finally passed the exam. I haven't told my husband about it yet. I know he would just make fun of me if I did. The other day, I got the letter of acceptance. I also got a call from my sister. Hey, how's it going? I'm on my way over. You're home, right? What's going on? Well, I'm home. Okay, I'll unlock the door in 10 minutes. She hung up. 10 minutes later, my sister really showed up. What's wrong? How's your husband? We got divorced. What? When? It was about 6 months ago. I didn't know that. I didn't tell you. By the way, do you have an extra room? No, we don't. Yes, you do. The kids are all grown up. Yes, but I've kept their rooms in case they want to visit. Then the guest room is free. Well, it is. I'll just stay there then. Okay. I'm moving in today. Wait, isn't that a little too sudden? No, it's fine. I've already talked to Tim about it. That's right. I told her to come if she needed help. Just then, my husband came home from the store. Why did you decide this without asking me? It's strange. Your sister is in trouble. You should be helping her. That's why people who only finish middle school are idiots. You're right, and she doesn't help anyone. Judy always sides with him against me. I know she's been like that, but I can't stand it anymore. I've done so much for her. She's still my family, but I can't help feeling bitter about it. After that, I had no say in the matter. I started living with Judy, and I was the only one working in the family. Judy and Tim did nothing every day. If you're staying at someone's house, at least help out. Why isn't Tim paying or doing anything? Oh, Jen, you must have had a hard time since you only finished middle school. You're really obsessed with money. I was shocked. After a while, Judy and Tim started going out together. What bothered me the most was how they acted around each other. It seemed like they were more than just family, they acted like lovers. I see, I'll have to figure this out. The truth about all this. It wouldn't be surprising if they ended up in a relationship, considering how little sense they have. I hired an agency to investigate them, and a week later, the results confirmed what I expected. They were having an affair. When I told my kids, they agreed I should get a divorce. Now, I had no regrets. I decided to wait for the perfect time to leave. While they were away, I worked toward my law degree. It all started when I was working as a janitor at a lawyer's office. There, an employee told me he passed the bar exam at 69 years old. I was inspired. I thought it was amazing that someone in their 70s could still take on a challenge. Hearing that, I decided I'd take on the challenge too. The day I retired finally came. I came home, and Tim and Judy had strange smiles on their faces. I want to talk to you. What's going on? You retired today, right? So, you're unemployed now. How will you survive without a job and with only a middle school education? Enough, I'm done with you both. I won't let an old woman like me take advantage of you. Pack your things and get out. I've been married to you for years, so be grateful. In other words, you want a divorce? He yelled. Don't ever ask me to take you back. You know what I mean. You just don't get it. Are you planning to divorce me and marry Judy? They both looked at each other in surprise and started laughing. You knew? Fine, let's do this quickly. I don't need you anymore. If you really want to stay, I guess you can beg me. I don't need to do that. I wanted to divorce him when I retired, so this works out perfectly. Then do it. I pulled out the divorce papers from my bag. They froze, staring at me with their mouths open. Please hurry, I'm leaving. Why did you prepare the divorce papers? Because I'd been thinking about it. I felt like now was the right time. I changed clothes for the last time. Hurry, let's go. Isn't it good that Jen is finally leaving? Tim signed the divorce papers at her urging. Okay, that's done. I checked the papers without hesitation. He didn't like my attitude. He was still swearing. You're just a middle school graduate. You know you're going to die soon, right? Oh, I don't know about that. Please, both of you. I raised my voice, clear enough for my kids to hear. Here, hold this so he doesn't tear it up. Okay, I've got it. You guys are disgusting. You're the worst father ever. You think graduating from that fancy university makes you special, but it doesn't do anything for your life. You're proud of a piece of paper while you've been unemployed your whole life. That's really dumb, don't you think? What? The truth is, my daughter beat him to the punch. You're such a dumb, unemployed old jerk. Okay, kids, that's too true. You're so honest. I've got proof of your affair. Get ready to pay for it. Well then. I left the house with my kids after they had no money. They should have paid me $1 million. Surprisingly, they managed to pay, but I think they borrowed money from a dangerous lender who gives loans to people with no job or guarantees. Then, I filed for divorce and became free. Now, I could finally focus on my studies. I worked part-time as a cleaner and studied hard. In the end, I was accepted into the law school I wanted. After 4 years, I graduated, passed the bar exam, and became the lawyer I always dreamed of being. My kids and their families threw me a little celebration. Life was wonderful. But of course, my ex-husband and Judy were still looking for me. How do I know? My ex-husband showed up at my new house. Please help me. I heard him crying outside. Your sister Judy doesn't work at all. We have no money. I went to see my kids. They won't see me. Of course not, you idiot. What are you saying? You think you'll be something great just because you went to college? You've got nothing. Don't be stupid. I just passed the bar exam. Well, whatever. If I fail, I'll be just like him. Now you're asking for money from the person you've always made fun of? That's hilarious. Why do you live in such a nice place? I do because of my job. You work? Yeah, I do. I used to be a janitor at a law firm. You're a cleaner? Yeah, I am. I clean my own desk. Your desk? What are you talking about? I kept the door chain on and opened the door. Here you go. I showed him my lawyer badge. He froze. You know, if you don't give up, you can keep living like this, but if you keep following me, we'll fight it out in court. I said that and slammed the door. After that, my ex-husband never came back. Judy did once, but I told her the same thing, and she never came back either. The two of them, who only have education, will keep falling apart without trying. I guess they'll continue on their path. If you don't give up, anything is possible. Jen is a hard worker, and she deserves our respect. I'm happy her kids are fully on her side. I hope Jen has a fulfilling life. Thank you for watching until the end. Please subscribe to our channel if you liked it. See you in the next video.
The crystal glasses clinked as my mother-in-law's perfectly manicured nails tapped against them, demanding attention. My stomach clenched. I knew that look in her eyes. A toast. Anthea announced to our family gathered around the dining table, to my son's wonderful achievement at the firm. She paused, her gaze settling on me. And to Sydney, who I'm sure will make an excellent housewife now that she's settling into married life. I'm Sydney Craig, and 6 months into my marriage, I was already failing at being the daughter-in-law Anthea wanted. The weight of her expectations pressed against my chest like a stone. Actually, I said, forcing a smile, I have some news of my own. The Mumbai Chronicle offered me a position as a junior reporter. The silence that followed was deafening. Emery, my husband, reached for my hand under the table and squeezed it. At least someone was on my side. How interesting, Anthea said, her smile never reaching her eyes. Though I'm sure you'll reconsider once you and Emery start thinking about children. I don't plan to give up my career, Anthea. Journalism is my passion. Passion doesn't build a home, dear. She turned to her daughter Aurora, who sat quietly across the table. Remember when Aurora gave up that silly photography hobby? Now she's focusing on what truly matters. Aurora's eyes met mine briefly before dropping to her plate. I'd seen her camera hidden away in her closet, gathering dust. Mom, Emery intervened. Sydney's brilliant at what she does. You should read some of her articles. I'm sure they're lovely, darling. But we Craig women have certain responsibilities. Your father didn't build this empire, so his daughter-in-law could run around chasing stories. My best friend Kira's words from my wedding day echoed in my head. That woman's going to be a nightmare. I should have listened. I can manage both, I insisted. Many women do. Many women aren't Craig women, Anthea replied smoothly, taking a sip of her wine. Now, who would like dessert? Later that night, as Emery and I got ready for bed in our apartment, the tension finally broke. I'm sorry about Mom, he said, pulling me close. She's traditional. Traditional? She's practically Victorian. I buried my face in his chest. Do you remember our wedding day? When she gave that speech about molding me into a proper Craig woman? She means well. Does she? I pulled away to look at him. Because it feels like she's trying to erase everything that makes me. Me. Give her time. She'll come around when she sees how talented you are. My phone buzzed. A text from Ren, my editor at the local magazine where I freelanced. Story approved. Deadline next week. This could be your big break. Speaking of talent, I showed Emery the message. I got the green light on that corruption piece I told you about. His face lit up. That's amazing. See? This is why you can't give up. You're meant for this. Try telling that to your mother. Maybe we should invite her to dinner, just us. Let her see the real you. I laughed. The real me? You mean the one she's been trying to suppress since day one? Sydney. I know. She's your mother. I sighed, sitting on the edge of our bed. But I can't keep pretending to be someone I'm not. This job at the Chronicle, it's everything I've worked for. Then take it, Emery said firmly. I'll support you, whatever Mom says. I looked up at him, this man who stood between two worlds. his mother's traditional values and his wife's modern ambitions. Promise? Promise. He kissed my forehead. Besides, who knows? Maybe Mom will surprise us. But as I lay in bed that night, watching Mumbai's lights twinkle through our window, I knew better. Anthea Craig didn't do surprises. She did expectations. And I had just declared war on every single one of them. My phone buzzed again. Another message from Ren. By the way, heard through the grapevine that Blaze is back in town. Might be competing for the same story. Perfect. Just perfect. My first love and biggest rival from college now thrown into the mix. As if dealing with Anthea wasn't complicated enough. I turned off my phone and closed my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. Tomorrow I'd start my new job at the Chronicle, step into the newsroom and prove to everyone, especially Anthea, that I could be both a Craig woman and a journalist. Let the games begin. London? I nearly choked on my coffee. You can't be serious. Emery paced our living room, his tie loosened after a long day at the office. It's a huge opportunity, Sydney. The firm wants me to head their European division. And your mother just happened to suggest this to the board? I set my mug down harder than intended, coffee sloshing onto our coffee table. She's looking out for us, he said, but wouldn't meet my eyes. Think about it. London's amazing for journalism, too. I just started at the Chronicle. I grabbed my laptop, pulling up the draft of my corruption story. Look at this. I'm investigating corporate fraud at one of Mumbai's biggest tech companies. This could be huge. The doorbell rang, saving Emery from responding. My heart sank when I opened the door to find Anthea, immaculately dressed as always. Surprise. She breezed past me, air kissing Emery's cheeks. I brought dinner, and the London property listings you asked for, darling. I shot Emery a look. He'd already asked for listings? Actually, Mom, Emery started. We haven't decided. Nonsense, it's practically settled. Anthea spread the glossy brochures across our dining table. This townhouse in Kensington would be perfect for starting a family. My phone buzzed. A message from Ren. Source willing to talk. Meeting tonight. Crucial for the story. I have to go, I announced, grabbing my bag. Work emergency. Anthea's smile tightened. More important than family dinner? It's my job, Anthea. A job you won't need in London, she replied smoothly. The Craig family has connections with all the right social circles there. I turned to Emery. Are you going to say anything? He shifted uncomfortably. Mom's right about the opportunity. Unbelievable. I headed for the door, but Anthea's voice stopped me. You know, dear, I gave up a promising career in dance for this family. Sometimes sacrifice is necessary for greater happiness. I spun around. Is that what you tell Aurora about her photography? The room went silent. Even Anthea looked shocked at my outburst. I'll be late, I muttered, hurrying out before anyone could respond. The cafe where I met my source was crowded, but I spotted Kira immediately at our usual corner table. You look like hell, she said as I collapsed into the chair. Anthea's trying to ship us off to London. I ordered an espresso, then lowered my voice. Where's the source? About that. Kira glanced toward the door. Don't freak out. Blaze walked in, looking annoyingly handsome in his pressed shirt and journalist badge. My stomach dropped. You're the source? He slid into the seat across from me. Surprised? I've been working this story for months. Of course you have. I started gathering my things. I'm not interested in your leftovers, Blaze. Even if it involves your father-in-law's company? I froze. What? The tech company you're investigating? Craig Enterprises is their biggest investor. He pulled out a USB drive. Everything's here, but I want shared byline. Why are you helping me? Because unlike some people, I believe in the story more than the glory. He smirked. Usually. My phone buzzed again. Emery. Where are you? Mom's upset. Please come home. Take it, Blaze said, sliding the drive across the table. But decide fast. Story breaks in 48 hours, with or without you. I stared at the drive. If what Blaze said was true, this story wouldn't just rock Mumbai's corporate world, it would blow my marriage apart. Sydney? Kira touched my arm. You okay? No. I pocketed the drive. But I'm going to do my job anyway. When I got home, the apartment was dark except for Emery's desk lamp. He looked up as I entered. Mom's gone, he said quietly. She left the brochures. I'm not going to London. Sid, no. I pulled out the USB drive. Your father's company is involved in my story. Did you know? His silence was answer enough. Were you ever going to tell me? Or was London just a convenient escape plan? It's complicated, he said. Dad's not directly involved. That's not the point. I ran my hands through my hair in frustration. Your mother orchestrated this whole thing to protect the family name, didn't she? She's trying to protect you too, he said softly. Once the story breaks, I don't need protection. I need support. I need my husband to stand with me, not plot my exit strategy with his mother. Emery stood, reaching for me, but I stepped back. I'm staying at Kira's tonight, I said, heading to our bedroom to pack a bag. I need to think. Sydney, please. You know what hurts the most? I paused at the door. I actually believed you when you said you'd support me. Guess your mother was right about one thing. Sometimes sacrifice is necessary. I just never thought I'd have to sacrifice my marriage for the truth. 3 days at Kira's turned into a week. I threw myself into work, writing under the pseudonym Arya Stone to protect my investigation. The USB drive from Blaze proved invaluable, though I hated admitting it. Your mother-in-law's calling again, Kira said, holding up my phone. That's the 3rd time today. I kept typing. Let it ring. And Emery's texted 6 times. I can't deal with them right now. I gestured to my laptop screen. The story's almost ready. Look at these financial records. They've been siphoning millions through fake contracts. Sydney? Kira closed my laptop. You need to go home. I am home. To your actual home. To your husband. The doorbell rang before I could argue. Kira answered it, and to my surprise, Aurora walked in, carrying a familiar-looking camera. Hey, she said softly. Can we talk? I nodded, following her to Kira's balcony. The Mumbai sunset painted the sky orange, reminding me of countless evening teas with Anthea where I'd bit my tongue and played the perfect daughter-in-law. Mom's on the warpath, Aurora said, fiddling with her camera. She's convinced you're trying to destroy the family. I'm trying to do my job. I know. She raised the camera, snapping a quick photo of the sunset. That's why I brought you these. She pulled out an envelope stuffed with photographs. They showed various Craig Enterprises events, but focused on suspicious meetings between executives and the tech company I was investigating. You've been documenting everything, I whispered. Photography's not just a silly hobby. Aurora smiled sadly. Mom made me stop showing my work, but I never stopped taking pictures. Why are you helping me? Because you're doing what I couldn't, standing up to her. She handed me the envelope. But Sydney, be careful. Mom's not just angry, she's scared. Of what? Of you exposing what Dad's company has been doing? Of losing control? Of everything changing? Aurora took another photo, this time of me. She made me give up my dreams. Don't let her take yours too. My phone buzzed. Ren. Story's going to print tomorrow. Last chance to put your real name on it. I can't use my real name, I said, mostly to myself. It would destroy Emery. Maybe that's not your responsibility anymore, Aurora replied. Later that night, I finally went home. The apartment was dark, but Emery was awake, sitting in our kitchen. You're back, he said, voice rough. Just to get some clothes. The story comes out tomorrow, doesn't it? He stood up. Mom's lawyer called. They're prepared to sue if... Sue? I laughed bitterly. For reporting the truth? For defamation? For breaking confidentiality agreements you signed when we married? I never signed anything. Check the wedding paperwork again. He ran a hand through his hair. Mom thinks of everything. I started toward our bedroom, but he caught my arm. Wait, he said. I found an apartment in London. We could leave tonight. Start fresh. Run away, you mean? Let your father's company keep stealing? Let your mother keep controlling everyone's lives? I'm trying to save our marriage. By helping them bury the truth? I pulled away. That's not saving anything, Emery. That's surrender. A key turned in the lock. Only one other person had a key. Anthea walked in, perfectly composed despite the late hour. I thought I heard voices, she said. Sydney, dear, you're looking rather tired. London would do wonders for your complexion. Stop it, I snapped. Just stop. I know what you did with the wedding paperwork. I know you're trying to silence me. I'm trying to protect this family. Something you seem incapable of understanding. By forcing Aurora to give up photography? By making me choose between my marriage and my integrity? By ensuring we survive. Anthea's composure cracked. Do you think I enjoyed giving up dance? That I don't see Aurora's talent? But survival means sacrifice. No, I said, suddenly calm. Survival means growth. Change. Evolution. Everything you're fighting against. My phone buzzed one final time. Ren. Deadline in 1 hour. Your name or the pseudonym? I looked at Emery, then at Anthea. The story runs tomorrow, under my real name. Then you've made your choice, Anthea said coldly. Yes, I replied, heading to the bedroom to pack. I choose truth. I choose integrity. I choose to be someone Aurora can look up to, instead of another cautionary tale about dreams sacrificed on the altar of family reputation. Sydney, please, Emery called after me. We can figure this out. But as I packed my bags, I knew there was no figuring it out. Tomorrow, my name would be on a story that would shake Mumbai's corporate world. Tomorrow, I would stop being Anthea's project and start being myself. Tomorrow, everything would change. The morning my story broke, Mumbai seemed to hold its breath. I sat in the Chronicle's break room, watching my phone explode with notifications while Ren paced nearby. It's been shared 10,000 times already, she said, refreshing her screen. The tech company's stock is plummeting. My hands shook as I scrolled through messages. Kira had sent 17 texts. Aurora, 3 missed calls. Emery, nothing. Sydney? Blaze burst into the room, waving his phone. Have you seen the latest? Your father-in-law just resigned as CEO. Before I could respond, Ren's assistant rushed in. There's someone here to see you, Sydney. Says she's your mother-in-law's sister? Marley walked in, looking nothing like Anthea in her paint-splattered jeans and messy bun. Hey, kid. Got a minute? We found a quiet cafe across the street. Marley ordered espresso while I picked at a croissant. So, she said, you did it. You actually stood up to my sister. How bad is it? Bad enough that she's called a family emergency meeting. Good enough that 3 other whistleblowers have come forward. She leaned forward. But that's not why I'm here. She pulled out her phone, showing me an old newspaper clipping. A young Anthea in a dancer's pose, headlines praising her upcoming debut at the National Theater. What happened? I asked. Father died. Family business was failing. She gave up everything to marry into the right family, save everyone from ruin. Marley sighed. Sound familiar? My phone buzzed. A message from Aurora. Mom's losing it. Come to the house, please. I can't face them, I said. Can't? Or won't? Marley stood up. You wrote the truth, Sydney. Now live with it. The Craig mansion looked smaller somehow as I walked up the driveway. Aurora met me at the door, camera hanging around her neck. Thank God, she whispered. Mom's in the study with the lawyers. Emery just got back from London. London? He flew out right after your story broke, trying to salvage business relationships. The study door opened. Emery walked out, looking exhausted. He froze when he saw me. You're here, he said flatly. Aurora called. Did she tell you Dad's under investigation? That our accounts are frozen? That Mom— He stopped, running his hands through his hair. Why didn't you warn us? Would it have changed anything? We could have prepared. Instead, I spent 3 days watching everything fall apart. Everything was already falling apart. I stepped closer. Your father was stealing millions. Your mother was suffocating everyone's dreams. How long were we supposed to pretend everything was fine? The study door slammed open. Anthea emerged, lawyers trailing behind her. Well, she said, voice ice cold. If it isn't the journalist of the hour. Anthea, no. She held up a hand. You've said quite enough in print. Now you'll listen. She dismissed the lawyers with a wave. Do you know what your story has cost us? Not just money or reputation, but family. Aurora's engagement was called off this morning. The scandal, you see. Aurora gasped. I hadn't known she was engaged. Mom, she protested. That was my choice. I ended it because he tried to make me stop photography, just like you did. And you! Anthea turned on her daughter, sneaking around with that camera, helping her gather evidence. Evidence that was true, Aurora shot back. Truth? Anthea laughed bitterly. Truth is what we make it, dear. I learned that when I gave up dance, when I married your father, when I built this family from nothing. You didn't build it, I said quietly. You buried it. Buried yourself, buried Aurora's talent, tried to bury me. I tried to save you from yourself, by forcing me to choose between my integrity and my marriage, by showing you what really matters. What matters? Emery's voice cut through the argument. How about this? He held up his phone, showing a news alert. Craig Enterprises fraud. More victims come forward. These are real people, Mom, he said. Real lives ruined because we all kept quiet. Because we chose family reputation over right and wrong. Anthea sank into a chair, suddenly looking older. Everything I did for this family. No, Aurora said, raising her camera. Everything you did because of your own regrets. The camera clicked, capturing Anthea's moment of vulnerability. For once, she didn't object. My phone buzzed again. Ren. Magazine wants your story, cover feature. Your journey from wife to whistleblower. I looked at my broken family. Anthea, lost in her fortress of control. Emery, torn between loyalty and truth. Aurora, finally finding her voice through her lens. The magazine can wait, I said, putting my phone away. We need to talk. Really talk. About everything. Why? Anthea asked, voice barely a whisper. Because that's what family does, I replied. Even when it hurts. Especially when it hurts. Tell me about the dance recital, I said, setting a cup of tea in front of Anthea. We sat in her private sitting room, surrounded by old photographs I'd never noticed before. Young Anthea in a tutu. Anthea at the bar. Anthea soaring across a stage. It was to be my breakthrough performance, she said, touching one of the frames. Principal dancer, Romeo and Juliet. What happened that night? Father had a heart attack, hours before curtain call. Her fingers trembled around the teacup. The company director said I could postpone. But the hospital bills. Aurora sat cross-legged on the floor, documenting everything with her camera. Click, click, click. Put that thing away, Anthea snapped, but without her usual venom. No, Aurora replied quietly. This needs to be remembered. Marley arrived then, carrying a dusty box. Found it in the attic. Thought you might want these. She pulled out yellowed newspapers, playbills, dance shoes worn to shreds. Anthea's hands shook as she touched them. The night I met your father, she said to Emery, I was wearing these shoes. Last performance before. She swallowed hard. Before I became Mrs. Craig. Why didn't you ever tell us? Emery asked, sitting beside her. What was there to tell? I made my choice. Sacrifice for security. She looked at me. Sound familiar? Except you're trying to force that same choice on everyone else, I said. You're making Aurora hide her talent, trying to make me give up my career. I was protecting you. From what? Following our dreams? Being fulfilled? From disappointment. Anthea stood suddenly, photographs scattering. From having everything you love ripped away because of responsibility. From becoming... She gestured to herself. This. The room fell silent except for Aurora's camera. Click. Mom, Emery said softly. Is that why you pushed the London move? To stop Sydney before she got too invested? I saw the signs, Anthea whispered. The late nights, the passion in her eyes, the way she lit up talking about her work. Just like I used to. Marley pulled something else from the box. A letter, edges worn. Remember this? Your acceptance to the Paris Opera Ballet. You were accepted to Paris? Aurora lowered her camera. 2 weeks after Father died. Anthea took the letter, hands trembling. I burned the original. How did you? I saved a copy, Marley said. Thought someday you'd want to remember who you were, before you started forcing everyone else to forget who they are. My phone buzzed. Rang again. Magazine deadline tomorrow. Are you in? The magazine wants me to tell my story, I said. The whole story. To drag our name through the mud again? Anthea's walls started rising. No, I set my phone down. To tell the truth about sacrifice, about choices, about how trying to protect people from pain sometimes causes more damage than letting them risk getting hurt. They'll paint me as the villain. Only if you keep acting like one. I moved closer to her. But what if instead we tell a different story? About a brilliant dancer who gave up everything for her family. Who got so scared of seeing history repeat itself that she forgot something important. What's that? That sometimes the biggest act of love is letting people choose their own path. Aurora raised her camera again, but this time Anthea didn't object. Click. I found your old dance videos, Aurora said. In the attic. You were magnificent. I was free, Anthea corrected, touching another photograph. Until I convinced myself that freedom was selfish. Emery picked up one of the playbills. You could teach, you know. The dance academy downtown is looking for instructors. Don't be ridiculous. At my age... Mom, he interrupted. Stop deciding things are impossible before trying them. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Blaze. More whistleblowers coming forward. Stories getting bigger. Need your insight. The magazine deadline is tomorrow, I said. But I won't write it without your blessing, Anthea. She stared at me for a long moment. Why ask my permission now? You didn't before. Because this isn't about exposing corruption anymore. It's about healing. And I can't help heal this family if I'm still trying to hurt you. Marley pulled one last item from the box, a DVD labeled Final Rehearsal, Romeo and Juliet. What do you say, sis? She asked. Ready to remember who you were? So you can finally see who everyone else is trying to be? Anthea looked around the room. At Aurora with her camera, at Emery holding the playbill, at me with my phone full of deadlines and stories. For the first time, she seemed to really see us. Yes, she whispered. Put on the video. As young Anthea danced across the screen, Aurora kept photographing, documenting not just the past on TV, but the present in the room. The walls coming down. The truth breaking through. Click, click, click. You're really going through with this? Kira asked, adjusting my blazer as we stood outside the Craig mansion. A high tea? After everything? Anthea's idea, I said, clutching my advance copy of the magazine. She wants to face things properly, whatever that means. The garden was set up exactly as Anthea liked. Bone china teacups, silver service, tiny sandwiches arranged just so. Mumbai's elite mingled awkwardly, clearly unsure whether to acknowledge the scandal or pretend everything was normal. Sydney, Blaze appeared, notepad in hand. Quite a turnout. Mind if I cover this for the Chronicle? Actually, I started, but Anthea's voice cut through the crowd. Mr. Phillips, welcome. She glided over, every inch the perfect hostess. Please do stay. I believe you'll find today's events newsworthy. I shot her a questioning look, but she was already moving away, greeting other guests. Aurora circulated with her camera, documenting everything. Where's Emery? I asked when she passed by. Getting Mom's surprise ready, she whispered, then disappeared into the crowd. The guests settled around elegant garden tables. I found myself seated between Kira and Marley, directly across from Anthea. The magazine burned in my lap. Friends, family. Anthea stood, tapping her teacup gently. Thank you for coming. I know recent events have caused quite a stir. The crowd shifted uncomfortably. Many of you are wondering why I've gathered you here today. Some might expect damage control, or perhaps a public denouncement of recent revelations. Her eyes met mine. I held my breath. Instead, I want to share something else. She nodded toward the house. Music began to play, the Romeo and Juliet ballet score. Emery emerged carrying a projector screen. Behind him, Aurora set up a laptop. The video from the attic began playing, young Anthea dancing, full of passion and promise. 30 years ago, I made a choice. Anthea continued as her younger self twirled on screen. I chose security over passion, safety over art. And then I spent decades forcing others to make the same choice. Gasps rippled through the crowd. This wasn't the Anthea they knew. My daughter-in-law recently wrote an exposé that shook our family to its core, but she also wrote another story. Anthea gestured to the magazine in my lap. Sydney, would you share it? Hands trembling, I opened to the cover story. The Price of Silence, How 3 Generations of Women Found Their Voice. Read it, Anthea said softly. Please. I cleared my throat. In a mansion in Mumbai, 3 women waged silent wars with their dreams. A dancer who gave up her passion to save her family. A photographer whose lens captures truth in shadows. A journalist seeking stories in the spaces between duty and desire. This is not a story about corruption, though corruption brought it to light. This is a story about the price we pay for silence and the power we find in breaking it. The crowd was silent. On screen, young Anthea continued to dance. My daughter Aurora, Anthea gestured to where Aurora stood with her camera, will be hosting her first photography exhibition next month. And she took a deep breath, will be teaching dance at the Mumbai Academy of Arts, sharing what I should never have hidden. Marley reached for her sister's hand. For once, Anthea didn't pull away. As for Sydney, Anthea turned to me. She has shown me that sometimes the bravest thing we can do is tell the truth, even when that truth hurts, especially when it hurts. Emery appeared at my side, squeezing my shoulder. The gesture said everything we hadn't been able to say to each other since the story broke. The magazine hits stands tomorrow, I said, standing to join Anthea, along with announcements of full restitution to everyone affected by the corporate fraud. Right, Emery? He nodded. Every penny. And the London position? Someone called out. Has been declined, Emery replied. My place is here, supporting my wife's career just as she supports mine. Blaze was scribbling furiously in his notepad. Anthea actually smiled at him. Write what you see, she said. All of it. No more hiding. The video ended with young Anthea's final bow. Present-day Anthea watched herself, tears in her eyes. I spent so long being afraid, she said, mostly to herself. Afraid of losing control, of seeing others make my mistakes, of facing my own regrets. And now? I asked. She straightened her shoulders, every inch the dancer she used to be. Now, I think it's time for a different kind of control. The kind that comes from letting go. Aurora raised her camera one last time, capturing the moment. Anthea and me, standing together. Emery beside us. Marley wiping away tears. The truth finally set free. Click. Well, Anthea picked up her teacup, a real smile playing at her lips. Shall we have some tea? I believe we have quite a lot to talk about. The tension broke. Conversations erupted. And somewhere in the garden of secrets and silence, something new began to bloom. 5 minutes until your first class, I said, watching Anthea adjust her dance shoes in the studio mirror. 2 weeks had passed since the high tea. The magazine story had gone viral, but this moment felt bigger somehow. Anthea returning to dance after 30 years. The leotard still fits, she said, smoothing invisible wrinkles, though I doubt I can still do a proper grand jeté. You don't have to be perfect, I reminded her, just authentic. Young girls in tutus started filing into the studio, whispering when they recognized us from the magazine cover. Aurora set up her tripod in the corner. She was documenting Anthea's journey back to dance for her exhibition. Mrs. Craig? A tiny ballerina tugged at Anthea's sleeve. Is it true you almost danced, Juliet? Before Anthea could answer, Emery burst into the studio. Sorry I'm late. Didn't want to miss this. You came? Anthea's voice wavered. Of course. He hugged her. When have I ever seen my mother dance? The piano started playing. Anthea took her position at the bar, back straight, chin lifted. For a moment, I saw the young dancer from the video, full of dreams and fire. First position, girls, she called out, her voice strong and clear. I slipped out, leaving Aurora to capture the moment. In the hallway, I found Marley hanging old performance photos. She's really doing it, Marley said, adjusting a frame. Never thought I'd see the day. A lot of things I never thought I'd see, I replied. Like you and her talking again. Time heals, so does truth. She handed me a photo. Speaking of which, how are things with Emery? I studied the picture. Young Anthea and Marley at a recital, both smiling. We're working on it. Counseling helps, so does not having to hide anymore. My phone buzzed. Ren. Follow-up story idea. Interview with Anthea about her dance academy? Already ahead of you, I texted back, attaching Aurora's photos from that morning. Music floated from the studio. Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. I peeked in to see Anthea demonstrating a turn, not quite as graceful as her younger self, but somehow more powerful. Mom, that was beautiful, Aurora called out, checking her camera screen. It was sloppy, Anthea replied, but she was smiling. Again, girls. Watch the arms. Sydney. Emery appeared beside me. Can we talk? We found a quiet corner in the Academy's cafe. The same cafe where weeks ago I'd chosen truth over family loyalty. I've been thinking, he said, fiddling with his coffee cup. About London, about everything. Emery, let me finish. I was wrong. Not just about London, but about choosing silence over honesty. About not standing up to Mom sooner. We were all wrong in different ways, I said. Even me. I could have handled the story differently. No. He reached for my hand. You did exactly what needed to be done. Look at Mom now. She's teaching dance. Aurora's planning her exhibition. Dad's making amends. All because you were brave enough to break the silence. Through the window, we could see Anthea's class letting out. Girls streamed from the studio, chattering excitedly. Anthea emerged last, looking tired but alive in a way I'd never seen before. Sydney, she called out when she spotted us. Come here a moment. In the studio, she went to the piano and pulled out an old envelope. I found something you should have. Inside was a newspaper clipping, my first byline from college. How did you get this? Emery used to send me everything you wrote, even when I pretended not to care. She touched the yellowed paper gently. I recognized your talent. It scared me. Because it reminded you of yourself? Because I knew I couldn't control it, just like dance couldn't be controlled. She moved to the bar, assuming first position. But some things aren't meant to be controlled. They're meant to be set free. Aurora appeared with her camera. Mom, can I get a few more shots? The light's perfect. Actually, Anthea said, why don't you give the camera to Emery? Come join me at the bar. What? You have a dancer's build. I've always noticed. Anthea patted the bar. Let's see if photography isn't your only inherited talent. I took the camera from Aurora, watching through the lens as mother and daughter moved through basic positions. Their reflection in the mirror showed matching expressions: concentration, discovery, joy. Click. Sydney? Anthea called out. There's room for one more. Oh no, I laughed. I'm a writer, not a dancer. And I'm a dancer who became a housewife who became a teacher. She held out her hand. Sometimes the best stories are the ones that surprise us. Emery took the camera from me, grinning. Go on, I want to document this. So there we were, journalist, photographer, and reformed control freak, learning basic ballet positions while Emery captured it all on film. And somehow, in that sunlit studio, we found a new kind of family rhythm. Click, click, click. Ready? Aurora adjusted the lighting one last time, her exhibition opening just minutes away. The gallery walls showcased her journey. Candid shots of Anthea teaching dance, moments from my investigation, the high tea revelation. But the centerpiece was different. A massive portrait of 3 generations of Craig women taken in the dance studio. The prodigal daughter returns. Blaze walked in, press badge hanging from his neck. Nice turnout. You're actually invited this time, I teased. No need for the badge. Old habits. He gestured to the crowd gathering outside. Half of Mumbai's media is here. You've started quite a revolution, Sydney. Before I could respond, Kira rushed over. They're here. Anthea entered first, wearing a dress that echoed her old ballet costumes. Behind her, Emery helped Marley carry in a covered frame. Last addition to the exhibition, Aurora explained, taking the frame. Mom's idea. The gallery doors opened. People flooded in, drawn immediately to the wall-sized photos. I heard gasps as they recognized faces, pieced together the story told through Aurora's lens. Sydney? Anthea touched my arm. Come with me? She led me to a quiet corner where the covered frame waited. Before Aurora unveils this, I want you to see it first. She pulled away the cloth. There, beautifully framed, was my original article about the corporate fraud, side by side with the magazine cover story. Between them, a handwritten note. To my daughter-in-law, who taught me that the truth doesn't break families. Secrets do. Anthea. My voice caught. I was wrong about so many things, she said. But I was most wrong about you. Everyone, Aurora called out. If I could have your attention, the crowd gathered. I noticed familiar faces. Ren from the Chronicle, my sources from the investigation, even some of Anthea's ballet students. This exhibition is called Breaking Silence, Aurora began. It's about truth, family, and the courage to be who you really are. She unveiled the final piece. And it's dedicated to 2 women who showed me that courage firsthand. Applause filled the gallery. Emery appeared beside me, slipping his hand into mine. There's something else, he whispered. Watch, Mom. Anthea moved to the center of the room, her dancer's grace evident in every step. When my daughter-in-law first exposed our family's secrets, I thought she was destroying us. Instead, she forced us to rebuild something better. She gestured to the photos. These images tell a story of transformation. But transformation isn't just about changing. It's about returning to who you were always meant to be. The gallery lights dimmed. A spotlight appeared. Music began to play. Romeo and Juliet. Oh my God, I whispered, recognizing the piece from her old rehearsal video. Anthea took position. The crowd fell silent as she began to dance. Not the complex choreography of her youth, but something simpler, more powerful. A dance of redemption. Aurora raised her camera. Click. When the music ended, there wasn't a dry eye in the gallery. Anthea held her final pose, tears streaming down her face. Brava, Marley called out, starting a wave of applause. I have an announcement, Anthea said once the clapping subsided. The Academy is expanding. We're adding a photography studio and a journalism workshop. Because art isn't just about dance, it's about every voice that needs to be heard. She turned to me. Sydney, I hope you'll teach some classes. Show others how to tell their truth. Only if you'll teach me more ballet, I replied, making her laugh. Deal. The evening continued, but the real story was in the quiet moments. Aurora showing her students around the exhibition. Emery proudly explaining his mother's dance to guests. Marley and Anthea planning the academy's expansion. Quite a change from family dinners with perfect table settings, Kira commented, handing me a champagne flute. Everything's changed, I said, watching Anthea demonstrate a dance position to an entranced group of journalists. Not everything. Emery joined us. Some things just got stronger. My phone buzzed. Ren again. But this time I didn't check it. Whatever story was breaking could wait. The real story was here, in this room, in these moments of truth and reconciliation. Sydney, Aurora called. Family photo. I joined them under the centerpiece portrait. Journalist, dancer, photographer, all of us exactly who we were meant to be. No more perfect table settings or polite silences. Just truth, in all its messy, beautiful glory. Everyone ready? Blaze held up Aurora's camera. Say truth. We laughed, the sound echoing through the gallery like music, like freedom, like family. Click. The camera captured us mid-laugh, imperfect and real. And in that moment, I realized something. Sometimes the happiest endings aren't endings at all. They're beginnings, disguised as revelations. They're truths, waiting to be told. They're stories, waiting to be lived.
The cream-coloured envelope trembled in my hands as I traced the gold-embossed Howard family crest. After 2 years of dating Liam, I was finally being summoned to the family estate. Not for a casual visit, but for the formal announcement of our engagement. I'm Regina, and until 3 years ago, I was just another farm girl from Missouri with a sewing machine and big dreams. Now I run my own boutique in Manhattan, though you wouldn't know it from the way Vivian Howard's lips curl whenever someone mentions my little shop. Don't let her get to you, Liam said, wrapping his arms around my waist as I stood at our apartment window. Mother's just traditional. Traditional, I laughed, but it came out hollow. Is that what we're calling it now? Regina, I heard her last week, Liam, at the country club. I turned to face him. That girl wouldn't know Valentino from Value Village. Those were her exact words. Liam's face fell. He ran a hand through his dark hair, a nervous habit I'd grown to love. She'll come around once she sees... Once she sees what? That I can memorize which fork to use for the fish course? That I can pretend I spent summers in the Hamptons instead of helping my dad with the harvest? Once she sees how amazing you are, he said firmly, taking my hands in his, just like I did. The invitation specified cocktail attire for dinner, so I chose my newest design, a midnight blue sheath dress with subtle hand-beaded details. As we pulled up to the Howard estate in Liam's Range Rover, I smoothed the fabric nervously. You look perfect, Liam assured me, but I barely heard him. I was too busy staring at the mansion looming before us, all Georgian columns and manicured hedges. A butler, an actual butler, opened the heavy wooden door. Master Liam, he nodded. Miss Regina. Inside, voices drifted from what I assumed was the drawing room. I recognised Vivian's immediately, sharp and clear like crystal. Absolutely mortifying. Did you see what she wore to the Phillips garden party? Off the rack, I'm certain. I froze, my hand still on the doorframe. Liam hadn't heard. He was already walking ahead. Now, Vivian, came another voice, older, male. The girl has potential, rough around the edges perhaps, but... Alice, please, she's a farmer's daughter. What potential could she possibly... I pushed the door open, plastering on my brightest smile. Good evening, everyone. The room fell silent. Vivian's perfectly coiffed head whipped around, her champagne glass pausing halfway to her red-painted lips. Beside her, An elderly gentleman, Ellis, I presumed, had the grace to look embarrassed. "Regina, darling," Vivienne recovered quickly, air-kissing my cheeks. "That dress is interesting. Did you find it at one of those charming little boutiques downtown?" "Actually," I said, meeting her gaze steadily, "I designed and made it myself." "Did you really?" a new voice chimed in. A woman about my age stepped forward, her eyes bright with interest. "It's gorgeous! I'm Nora, Liam's sister." Before Vivienne could interject, the butler announced dinner was served. As we moved to the dining room, I caught Vivienne whispering to Ellis. "Don't worry," she murmured. "I have plans for the wedding. That girl won't embarrass this family again." My stomach clenched, but I held my head high. If Vivienne Howard thought she could chase me away with snide comments and social warfare, she had seriously underestimated this farmer's daughter. Liam squeezed my hand under the table as we sat down. Looking around at the gleaming silver and crystal, I thought about my parents' kitchen table back home, scarred from years of hot pans and homework sessions. Dad would laugh if he could see me now, sitting straight-backed in this museum of wealth, preparing to do battle with a woman who probably spent more on her weekly manicure than he made in a month. But then I remembered what he always told me. "Regina, girl, you've got steel in your spine and fire in your heart. Don't let anyone make you forget that." As the first course arrived, some tiny precious thing involving quail eggs, I watched Vivienne holding court at the head of the table. She thought she was protecting her family's legacy. She had no idea she was about to create her worst nightmare, a daughter-in-law with nothing left to lose and everything to prove. I smiled, reaching for the correct fork without hesitation. "Game on, Vivienne! Game on!" The dinner stretched on like a silk thread, being pulled to its breaking point. Between each precisely timed course, Vivienne orchestrated what felt like an interrogation disguised as polite conversation. "So, Regina," she said, dabbing her lips with a monogrammed napkin, "tell us about your education." "I studied fashion design at—" "Oh, community college, wasn't it?" Vivienne interrupted, her smile sharp as a pin. "How quaint." "Actually," I replied, maintaining eye contact, "I started there, yes. Then I won a scholarship to Parsons." Ellis leaned forward, genuine interest crossing his weathered face. "Parsons? That's quite prestigious." "She didn't graduate," Vivienne cut in quickly. "Did you, dear?" "Mother," Liam warned, but I touched his arm. "No, I didn't," I said. "I left in my final year to launch my business. Sometimes the best opportunities don't wait for perfect timing." Nora, sitting across from me, smiled encouragingly. "And now you have your own boutique. That's incredible." A boutique. One of Vivienne's friends, a woman with a face stretched too tight, tittered. "In this economy?" "Speaking of economy," Vivienne said, signalling for wine refills, "Liam, darling, how is the merger going?" I watched my fiancé shift into business mode, discussing million-dollar deals with the same ease I used to discuss weather patterns with my father during planting season. Under the table, my phone buzzed. A text from Hayden. "Emergency at the shop. Collection samples arrived damaged. Call me." I excused myself, ignoring Vivienne's pointed comment about proper dinner etiquette. In the hallway, I found a quiet corner near a massive oil painting. "How bad?" I asked when Hayden picked up. "Remember that boutique in Paris, the one that wouldn't even look at our lookbook last season? They want to stock the entire spring collection, but they need to see samples next week." My heart raced. Next week? That's impossible? Maybe. Unless you're Regina from Missouri, who once made prom dresses for half her high school class in under 2 weeks. I laughed, then quickly lowered my voice as footsteps approached. "Send me the details, Having trouble with your little shop?" Vivienne's voice sliced through the air. She stood with Ellis, both holding fresh drinks. "Not at all," I said, sliding my phone away. "Actually, we "Regina, dear," she interrupted again, "I hope you understand that being a Howard means certain expectations, social obligations, charity boards. You can't be running around playing seamstress." "I'm not playing anything," I said quietly. "I'm running a business." Ellis cleared his throat. "Vivienne, perhaps—" "No, Ellis. She needs to understand." Vivienne stepped closer, her perfume overwhelming. "The Howard name means something in this city. We don't work in retail." "Times change," I said, straightening my spine. "And so do families." "Do they?" She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "We'll see about that. Ellis, would you excuse us? I need to discuss the wedding plans with my future daughter-in-law." Ellis hesitated, then squeezed my shoulder as he passed. "Good luck, my dear." Once he was gone, Vivienne's facade cracked slightly. "Listen carefully. The Howard bride always wears the family gown. It's been worn by every Howard woman for 4 generations. I actually plan to design—" "This isn't a negotiation." Her voice could have frozen champagne. "You'll wear the gown, you'll join the right committees, and you'll close that little sweatshop of yours. That's the price of becoming a Howard." Before I could respond, voices approached, Liam and Nora, looking for us. "Everything okay?" Liam asked, his eyes darting between us. "Wonderful," Vivienne trilled, her society smile back in place. "I was just telling Regina about our family traditions, the gown especially. You'll love it, dear. It's being altered as we speak." As we walked back to dinner, I caught a whispered exchange between Vivienne and another guest in the shadows. "Everything arranged?" "Yes. The alterations will ensure it's memorable." My hands clenched into fists. I thought of the Paris opportunity, of my dad's words about steel and fire, of every dismissive comment about my little shop. Liam touched my waist. "You're shaking. What did she say to you?" I forced a smile. "Nothing I can't handle." And I meant it, because what Vivienne didn't know was that this farmer's daughter had learned long ago. The best way to deal with someone trying to bury you is to show them how well you can grow. The next morning, Nora showed up at my boutique unannounced, clutching 2 coffee cups and wearing oversized sunglasses despite the cloudy day. "I needed to escape," she said, collapsing onto my design room couch. "Mother's in full wedding planning mode. I think she made the florist cry." I threaded a needle, continuing work on a prototype. "Just the florist? She's losing her touch." Nora laughed, then grew serious. "Listen, about the family gown. Let me guess. It's cursed, made from the tears of previous Howard brides?" "Worse." Nora removed her sunglasses, revealing red-rimmed eyes. "It's ugly as sin, and Mother knows it. That's why she's insisting you wear it." I set down my work. "What do you mean?" "Remember Caroline, my cousin who married into the family 5 years ago?" Nora pulled out her phone, scrolling through photos. "Mother did the same thing to her, insisted on the gown, then had it altered to look absolutely horrible. Caroline looked like a Victorian lampshade. The photos were everywhere." "What happened to Caroline?" "Divorced within a year. She couldn't handle the pressure, the constant criticism." Nora's voice cracked, just like my first husband. I moved to sit beside her. "You were married?" "Briefly, to someone Mother didn't approve of." She wiped her eyes. "An artist. Can you imagine? A Howard married to someone who actually created things with his hands." "What happened?" "Mother happened. She has this way of crushing people, making them feel small, insignificant. She drove him away, then convinced everyone it was for the best." Nora gripped her coffee cup tighter. "That's what she does. She controls everything, the family business, our social circles, our lives. And Liam just accepts this. Liam's different. He's the heir, the golden child. He doesn't see how she manipulates everything." Nora turned to face me. "But you do, don't you? You see right through her." Before I could respond, Hayden burst in, arms full of fabric samples. "Regina, the Paris buyers moved up the timeline. They want—" "Oh, hello." "Nora, this is Hayden, my business partner," I said. "Hayden, this is Liam's sister." "The nice Howard," Hayden said, dumping the samples on my workbench. "I've heard about you." Nora stood, examining the fabrics with genuine interest. "These are gorgeous. Are they for your new collection?" "Yes," I said, then hesitated. "Actually, would you like to see something?" I led them to a locked room at the back of the shop. Inside, a half-finished wedding dress stood on a mannequin, layers of silk and hand-beaded lace flowing like water. "Oh my God," Nora breathed. "You're making your own dress." "Mother will lose her mind," Hayden said gleefully. "Mother can't know," Nora said quickly. "Not yet, but Regina, this is incredible." "It's not finished," I said, adjusting a panel. "But when it is—" "It'll be your masterpiece," Hayden finished, "and your Declaration of Independence." Nora touched the fabric reverently. "You know what this reminds me of? The dress in that old photograph, the one of Grandmother on her wedding day, before the family gown tradition started." "What happened to that dress?" I asked. Nora's face darkened. "Mother happened. She locked away anything that didn't fit her vision of what the Howards should be, including Grandmother's journals." "Journals?" "Yes, about the family business. The real story, not the sanitized version Mother tells at parties." Nora's voice dropped. "Did you know our fortune didn't come from old money? Grandmother built the company from nothing. She was a lot like you, actually. But Mother buried that truth, just like she buried the dress." Hayden whistled low. "Now that would be quite a story to come out, especially with the society papers already sniffing around for wedding coverage." I stared at my unfinished dress, an idea forming. "Nora, those journals, where exactly did your mother hide them?" "In the East Wing study behind Grandfather's portrait." "Why?" "Because," I said, a plan crystallizing in my mind. "Maybe it's time for some family traditions to see the light of day again." Nora's eyes widened. "You're not suggesting—" "I'm suggesting that your mother isn't the only one who knows how to orchestrate a perfect reveal." I turned to Hayden. "How do you feel about a slight delay on those Paris samples?" Hayden grinned. "For this, I'll call them right now." As they left, Nora grabbed my hand. "Regina, be careful. Mother's network runs deep. If she suspects anything—" "Don't worry," I said, looking at my dress. "Sometimes the best way to fight silk with silk is to make sure you're wearing the stronger thread." "Hold still," I muttered around a mouthful of pins, making final adjustments to my wedding dress. 3 weeks until the ceremony, and my hands wouldn't stop shaking. "Regina!" Hayden burst into the workroom, face flushed. "You need to see this!" She thrust her phone at me. On the screen was a photo of the Howard family gown, recently altered for my big day. It looked like someone had skinned Big Bird and turned him into a dress. The waist was impossibly small, the neckline would reach my ears, and the yellowed lace resembled mouldy doilies. "Where did you get this?" "The seamstress's assistant. I may have bribed her with front-row Fashion Week tickets." Hayden zoomed in on details. "Look at these alterations. They're designed to make you look—" "Like a laughingstock," I finished. "Vivian's perfect revenge." My phone buzzed. Liam calling. I let it go to voicemail. "You can't avoid him forever," Hayden said softly. "He's going to notice something's wrong." "I know." I returned to my dress, fingers tracing the intricate beadwork. "But if I tell him what his mother's doing—" "He'll have to choose sides." The door chimed. Nora slipped in, carrying a leather-bound book. "I got it," she whispered, though we were alone. "Grandmother's journal. Mother was at her charity board meeting, so I had time to search the study." My hands trembled as I opened it. The pages were filled with elegant handwriting, telling a story very different from the Howard legacy Vivian preached. "Listen to this," I read aloud. "Today I sold my first dress, not to a society lady but to a farmer's wife who saved 3 months' egg money to look beautiful at her daughter's graduation. Her smile when she saw herself in the mirror, that's worth more than all the silk in Paris." "Keep reading," Nora urged. "They say I'm bringing shame to the family name, selling dresses to common folk, but every woman deserves to feel extraordinary, whether she's dancing at the plaza or feeding chickens at dawn." Hayden whistled. "So the great Howard fortune started with a dressmaker?" "Who married into the family," Nora added. "Just like you, Regina. And just like you, she refused to let anyone shame her for working with her hands." I closed the journal carefully. No wonder Vivian hid this. It destroys her whole narrative about old money and proper society. The door chimed again. This time it was Ellis, looking worried. "Regina, my dear, I'm glad I found you." He glanced at the dress on the mannequin but didn't comment. "I've just come from lunch with Vivienne. She's planning something for the wedding, something more than just the dress." My stomach clenched. What kind of something? "I don't know details, but she was meeting with a reporter from Social Pages. Something about an exposé on new money trying to buy class." "She wouldn't," Nora gasped. "That would hurt Liam too." "She would," I said, remembering Caroline's fate. "She'd rather humiliate her son than let him marry someone who threatens her control." Ellis stepped closer to my dress, admiring the craftsmanship. "You know, this reminds me of Catherine's work." "Catherine?" "Your grandmother," he said to Nora. "We were friends before Vivian. Well, she would have loved this. And you, Regina, she would have recognised that same fire." I stood straighter. "Ellis, how would you like to help us with a little historical restoration?" "What did you have in mind?" I outlined my plan quickly. Ellis's eyes widened, then he broke into a broad grin. "Catherine would have absolutely loved this," he said. "Count me in." "Me too," Nora said firmly. "It's time someone stood up to Mother." Hayden was already on her phone. "I'll call in some favours with the fashion press. If we're doing this, let's do it right." I returned to my dress, adding another layer of beading. Each crystal caught the light like a tiny act of defiance. My phone buzzed again. "Liam," this time I answered. "Regina, Mother wants us to come for a final fitting of the family gown tomorrow." I looked at my allies, Nora clutching her grandmother's journal, Ellis making notes in his phone, Hayden coordinating with press contacts. "Of course," I said sweetly. "Wouldn't miss it for the world." After hanging up, I touched the silk of my creation, the dress that would either be my triumph or my downfall. "You know," Ellis said quietly, "Catherine always said that true elegance isn't about who you were born to be, but who you choose to become." I smiled, picking up my needle. "Then let's give Vivian a lesson in elegance she'll never forget." The Howard Mansion's fitting room felt like a torture chamber. I stood on a pedestal, drowning in yards of yellowed silk and ancient lace, while Vivian circled like a shark scenting blood. "Perfect," she purred, adjusting the neckline to choke me further. "Absolutely perfect." The seamstress, a nervous woman named Marie, kept shooting me apologetic looks as she pinned the monstrosity according to Vivian's instructions. "Mother," Nora said from her perch by the window, "don't you think the waist is a bit tight?" "Nonsense. Regina will simply need to watch her diet until the wedding." Vivian's smile could have cut glass. "We want her to look her best in the family photos, don't we?" My phone buzzed in my purse. Probably Hayden with updates about our plan. I'd have to wait. "Speaking of photos," Vivian continued, "I've arranged for exclusive coverage with Social Pages. They're very interested in our family traditions." How thoughtful, I managed through gritted teeth. The door opened and Liam walked in. He stopped short, staring at me in the dress. That's different from what I remember. We've modernised it slightly, Vivian said smoothly. Regina, dear, turn around so Liam can see the full effect. I turned, the ancient fabric crackling like paper. Liam's face fell for just a second before he caught himself. It's very traditional, he said diplomatically. My phone buzzed again. This time Vivienne noticed. Popular today, aren't we? She gestured to Marie. Check that, dear. It might be important. Marie retrieved my phone, her eyes widening at the screen. It's from Fashion Weekly. Vivienne snatched the phone. Fashion Weekly! Why would they be... Her face went pale as she read the message. Mother, Nora asked innocently, is everything all right? What? Vivienne's voice shook. Is this about a feature article? About an exciting new designer bringing authenticity back to luxury fashion? I met her eyes in the mirror. Oh, that! They're doing a piece on my latest collection, the one Paris is interested in. Paris? Liam stepped forward. Regina, that's amazing. It's inappropriate, Vivienne snapped. I thought we discussed this. Once you're a Howard... The door burst open again. Ellis rushed in, waving a tablet. Vivienne, have you seen this? It's already online. The article's headline glowed on the screen. Rising star Regina takes fashion world by storm from farm to fashion week. They can't, Vivienne whispered. The social pages piece isn't ready. This ruins everything. What social pages piece? Liam asked sharply. Before Vivienne could respond, my phone buzzed with another message. Marie, still holding it, gasped. Vogue wants an interview, she said. About revolutionising modern bridal wear? Vivienne's head snapped up. Bridal wear? I stepped down from the pedestal, the horrible dress trailing behind me. Yes, my new collection, the one I'm launching at my wedding. You can't, Vivienne hissed. You're wearing the family gown, it's tradition. Actually, Ellis interrupted, pulling out Catherine's journal. Speaking of tradition, where did you get that? Vivienne lunged for the journal, but Nora was faster. Grandmother's journal, Nora said, opening to a marked page, about how she built the Howard fortune with a needle and thread just like Regina. Liam moved closer. What are you talking about? Your grandmother, I said softly, was a dressmaker. She believed fashion should be for everyone, not just the elite. She built an empire on that belief. Until someone decided that truth wasn't sophisticated enough, Ellis added, looking pointedly at Vivienne. Liam turned to his mother. Is this true? Vivienne's composure cracked. It was for the best. We needed to establish ourselves in society. Catherine's common background would have held us back, just like... She glared at me. Just like me? I stepped closer, letting the awful dress drag on the floor. A farmer's daughter who dares to create something beautiful, who believes, like Catherine did, that everyone deserves to feel extraordinary. You don't understand anything about our world, Vivienne spat. No, I said, reaching for the zipper. I understand everything, including why you're so desperate to stop my collection from launching. I stepped out of the dress, revealing my own design underneath, a simple but elegant slip dress I'd worn just for this moment. Liam stared at me, then at the journal, then at his mother. The Social Pages article. What were you planning? Vivienne's silence was answer enough. The wedding's in 3 weeks, I said calmly. Just enough time for everyone to decide who they really want to be. I turned to Marie. The dress is lovely, but I won't be needing it. I've got something else in mind. As I walked out, Nora falling into step beside me, I heard Liam's voice, harder than I'd ever heard it. Mother, we need to talk. My phone buzzed again. Hayden. Phase 1 complete. Ready for the real show? I smiled, thinking of my wedding dress waiting in its secret room. Absolutely ready. The wedding day dawned clear and bright. In the bridal suite of the Plaza Hotel, I sat perfectly still as Hayden put the finishing touches on my makeup. "Vivienne's already making waves downstairs," she reported, applying another coat of mascara, "telling everyone you had a regrettable emotional episode about the family gown." "Let her," I said, watching my reflection. "She hasn't seen anything yet." The door opened and Nora slipped in, looking stunning in her maid-of-honor dress. One of my designs, of course. Mother's got the family gown displayed in the entrance hall, with a little plaque about Howard tradition and everything. "Right on schedule," Hayden grinned. "Is Ellis in position?" "With the entire board of Fashion Weekly, Vogue, and yes, social pages." Nora's eyes sparkled, plus about a dozen other fashion editors Mother didn't know he invited. My phone lit up with a text from Liam. "Whatever you're planning, I trust you, and I love you." The past 3 weeks had been tense. After discovering his grandmother's journal, Liam had confronted Vivienne about years of manipulation. She'd responded by threatening to withdraw his position in the family company. He'd responded by revealing he'd already started his own investment firm. A knock at the door made us all jump. "Regina!" It was my dad. "You ready, sweetheart?" I stood, still wrapped in a silk robe. "Almost. Just need to get into my dress." "Dresses," Hayden corrected with a wink, wheeling in 2 garment bags. Dad's eyes widened as we revealed the first dress, a perfect recreation of Catherine Howard's original wedding gown, reconstructed from photos in her journal. Simple, elegant, revolutionary for its time. "This is for the ceremony," I explained, as Hayden and Nora helped me into it. "The second one is for the reception." "And Madame Vivienne?" Dad asked, understanding in his eyes. "Has no idea." I smoothed the vintage-inspired silk. "Ready?" The ceremony space fell silent as the doors opened. I heard gasps, not of horror as Vivienne had planned, but of awe. Through my veil I saw her face go from smug anticipation to shock as she recognized the design. Liam's eyes were wet as I reached him. "Grandmother's dress," he whispered. "The original Howard tradition," I whispered back. The ceremony passed in a blur of happiness and tears. Happy ones mostly, except for Vivienne's barely concealed rage. But the real show was yet to come. At the reception entrance, Vivienne had arranged her tableau. The family gown displayed like a museum piece, with a carefully worded history that erased Catherine's true legacy. "Ladies and gentlemen," Ellis's voice rang out as guests gathered, "before we continue the celebrations, I believe we have another display to unveil." On cue, panels slid back in the wall opposite Vivienne's display, revealing a stunning exhibition. Catherine's original sketches, photographs of her at work, and headlines from her era celebrating her success. At the centre stood my second dress, mounted on a mannequin. "What is the meaning of this?" Vivienne demanded, but her voice was drowned out by excited murmurs as fashion editors surged forward. "The true Howard legacy," Ellis announced, "a story of innovation, determination, and the belief that true elegance knows no social bounds. And now the bride will honour that legacy with her own design." I stepped out in my second dress, a modern masterpiece that echoed Catherine's aesthetic while blazing its own trail. The crowd erupted in applause. "You can't," Vivienne started, but Nora cut her off. "Actually, Mother, we can. The board voted this morning. Regina's designs will be the foundation of a new Howard fashion house, returning to Grandmother's original vision." "With a modern twist," I added, meeting Vivienne's eyes. "Because traditions should evolve, not entrap." Liam appeared at my side, proud and tall. "The papers are signed, Mother. It's done." Vivienne looked around wildly but found no allies. The society photographers she'd invited were too busy capturing my dress. The Social Pages reporter was interviewing Ellis about Catherine's recently discovered journal. Even her closest friends were excitedly discussing the exhibition. "Well played," she said finally, her voice tight. You've managed to turn my son against me, expose our private history, and turn my own mother's common background into some sort of triumph. No, I said softly. I just refuse to let you bury someone else's truth to protect your lies. I touched the silk of my dress, my design, my statement, my victory. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a wedding to enjoy. As Liam led me to the dance floor, I caught a glimpse of my father wiping his eyes, of Hayden directing photographers to the best angles, of Nora standing tall beside the exhibition of her grandmother's work. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about destroying your enemies. It's about building something so beautiful they can't help but watch it shine. The reception was in full swing when Hayden grabbed my arm, practically vibrating with excitement. "You need to see this. Now!" She pulled me away from a group of fashion editors and thrust her tablet in front of me. The article had just gone live. Howard Fashion House Reborn, a legacy of innovation restored. "Look at the shares," she whispered. I stared at the numbers. Our company's stock had jumped 30% in the hours since the exhibition unveiled. Pre-orders for my bridal collection were flooding in. "Regina," Ellis approached, beaming, "the Vogue editor wants to discuss a full feature, and Paris is asking about exclusive rights to your next collection." "Already?" I laughed, but stopped when I saw Vivienne approaching, her face set in grim determination. "A word," she said, not asking. Privately, I followed her to a quiet corner, my dress rustling against the marble floor. For a moment, she just stared at me, as if trying to solve a puzzle. "You didn't just want to marry my son, did you?" she finally said. "This was always about taking over." "No," I replied. "This was about standing up for myself. The business success, that's just karma." "Karma?" she laughed bitterly. "You exposed our family's secrets, made me look like a fool." "You did that yourself. I just showed people the truth." "The truth?" Her voice rose slightly. "The truth is that I spent 30 years building our social position, 30 years making the Howard name mean something." "It already meant something," I said quietly. "Your mother-in-law built an empire on talent and vision. You're the one who tried to bury that legacy under fake pedigrees and social climbing." "Mother?" Nora appeared beside us, holding Catherine's journal. "The board wants to speak with you, all of them." Vivienne's face paled. "Now? They're particularly interested in discussing some financial decisions you made. Something about redirecting company funds to maintain social appearances." I watched Vivienne's carefully constructed world crumble in real time. Her hands shook as she reached for the journal. "Catherine's final entries," Nora explained, opening to a marked page. "Detailed records of the company's original structure, the one you altered after she died." "You had no right," Vivienne started. "Actually," Liam's voice cut in as he joined us, "as the majority shareholders now, we had every right. The board's voting on new leadership tonight." "You're voting me out, your own mother." "No," I said, surprising everyone. "We're offering you a choice." Hayden appeared with another tablet, showing designs I'd been working on secretly. "A new line," I explained, "combining classic Howard elegance with modern sophistication. We need someone who understands both worlds to help position it. You want me to work? For you?" Vivienne looked like she'd swallowed a lemon. "With me," I corrected. "Your social connections combined with my designs, Catherine's vision of fashion for everyone, marketed to both Main Street and Madison Avenue." "It's a good offer, Mother," Liam said softly. "Better than you gave others." The string quartet started playing again, filling the silence as Vivienne stared at the designs. I saw something flicker in her eyes. Recognition, maybe. Or remembrance. "Catherine showed me her work once," she said quietly. "Before I married into the family, I thought it was beautiful. But everyone said old money didn't work with their hands." "Times change," I said, echoing her words from weeks ago. And so do families. Vivienne looked around the reception, at the fashion editors eagerly examining the exhibition, at the society photographers capturing every detail of my dress, at the mixing of worlds she'd tried so hard to keep separate. "I'll need time to consider," she said finally. "Of course." I turned to rejoin the party, then paused. "Oh, and Vivienne, the family gown?" "Yes. We're donating it to the Fashion Institute as a historical example of how far we've come." For a moment, I thought I saw the ghost of a smile cross her face. The rest of the night passed in a blur of dancing, champagne, and congratulations. My father twirled me around the dance floor, whispering, "Your mama would be so proud, baby girl." Later, as Liam and I swayed to a slow song, he murmured, "You could have destroyed her, you know. Why didn't you?" I watched Vivienne across the room, actually listening as Hayden explained our marketing strategy. Because sometimes winning isn't about destroying what's there. It's about building something better. "Speaking of building," he grinned, ready to announce the other news. I touched my stomach, still flat but holding our secret. "Let's wait. Your mother can only handle so much change at once." The photographer's flashes caught my dress, making the beadwork sparkle like stars. In that moment, I felt Catherine's spirit everywhere. In the fabric, in the air, in the future we were weaving together, one stitch at a time. The autumn breeze carried the scent of fresh paint through the open windows of Howard Fashion House's new flagship store. I adjusted the vintage dress form in the window display, the centerpiece of our grand opening. "A little to the left," Vivienne called from the sidewalk. "We want the morning light to catch the beadwork." I smiled, remembering how she'd once dismissed my little shop. Now here she was, at dawn, helping perfect every detail of our launch. "The press is already lining up," Hayden announced, rushing in with coffee for everyone. "And you'll never guess who's out there. That same Social Pages reporter Vivienne, hired for the wedding hit piece. She looks absolutely desperate for an interview." "Let her wait," Vivienne said, surprising us both. "Quality publications first. That's what Catherine would have done." The door chimed as Nora entered, carrying a familiar leather-bound journal. "Found more sketches in grandmother's things. Wait until you see these designs. They were decades ahead of their time." "Speaking of time," I said, checking my watch, "where's Liam? He's supposed to be here for the ribbon cutting." "Right here," his voice called from the back. He emerged carrying a large framed photo, one I hadn't seen before. Ellis found this in his archives, thought it deserved a special place. The photograph showed Catherine in her workroom, surrounded by fabrics and dreams, her face bright with purpose. Below it, a simple quote from her journal. "Fashion isn't about who you were born to be, but who you choose to become." "Perfect spot for it," I said, pointing to the wall behind the main counter, right where everyone can see it. "Regina!" My father's voice boomed as he entered, still looking slightly out of place in the suit I'd designed for him. "The delivery's here!" We all rushed outside to where a truck was unloading racks of clothing. My newest collection, inspired by both farm life and high fashion. Work shirts reimagined in silk, denim elevated with hand-beading practical shapes transformed into elegant statements. "It's really happening," Nora whispered, touching a sleeve reverently. Vivienne stepped forward, adjusting a display piece with practiced precision. "The proportions are perfect, and the craftsmanship." She paused, meeting my eyes. Catherine would have been proud. "Thank you," I said softly, recognizing how much those words cost her. The morning flew by in a whirlwind of final preparations. As opening time approached, I slipped into the back office for a quiet moment. On my desk sat a small gift box with a note, "For the next generation of Howard designers." V. Inside was a delicate silver thimble, clearly antique. A small note explained, "Catherine's first tool, found in her things, thought you should have it." "Everything okay?" Liam asked from the doorway. I showed him the thimble, watching his eyes soften with understanding. "Mother's full of surprises lately," he said, wrapping his arms around me. "Speaking of surprises, how's our little secret doing?" I touched my slightly rounded stomach, hidden by the clever draping of my dress. "Growing strong, like everything else around here." "Miss Regina," Ellis called, "it's time!" We stepped out to find the sidewalk packed with press, fashion editors, and eager customers. Vivian stood ready with the ceremonial scissors, looking every inch the proud matriarch, but different now, somehow, softer around the edges. "Before we open," she announced to the crowd, "I want to say something. For years, I thought I was protecting the Howard legacy. Instead, I was hiding it. Today, thanks to my daughter-in-law's vision, we're not just restoring that legacy. We're evolving it." She turned to me, offering the scissors. "Would you do the honours?" As I cut the ribbon, cheers erupted. Cameras flashed, the doors opened, and people flooded in, touching the clothes with reverent hands, exclaiming over the designs, pointing to Catherine's photograph. "Well," my father said, appearing at my side, "not bad for a farmer's daughter." I watched Vivian expertly guide fashion editors through the collection, saw Nora explaining Catherine's influence to reporters, noticed Hayden tracking sales on her tablet with growing excitement. "You know what, Dad?" I said, touching the thimble in my pocket. "I'm not just a farmer's daughter anymore. I'm a designer, a businesswoman, a wife." I patted my stomach secretly. "And soon I'll be a mother. But most importantly, I'm myself." The morning light streamed through the windows, catching the beadwork just as Vivian had planned. In its glow, I saw the future we were building, not just a fashion house, but a home for creativity, authenticity, and second chances. Sometimes the greatest revenge isn't in tearing something down, but in building something so magnificent that everyone rises with it, even those who once tried to make you fall.
I found the wedding invitations while looking for napkins in my husband's glove compartment. Cream-colored envelopes with gold trim, the kind that whisper elegance and expense. The kind I'd helped Daniel pick out for our own wedding 8 years ago. My fingers trembled as I pulled one out, telling myself it was probably for a colleague's wedding or a cousin's second marriage. The late October sun beat through the windshield, making the metallic script dance as I slid the invitation free. Together with their families, Rebecca Ryan and Daniel Mackenzie request the honor of your presence. The words blurred. My stomach lurched as if I'd missed a step going downstairs. I read it again and again, willing the letters to rearrange themselves into something that made sense, something that didn't destroy my entire world on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon. "Mommy, can we get ice cream?" Lily's voice floated from the back seat, yanking me back to reality. "You promised after my dentist appointment." Just a minute, sweetheart." My voice sounded strange, distant. I shuffled through the stack with numb fingers. 5 invitations, all addressed to different guests. The wedding date was set for spring. Spring. While I'd been planning our family vacation to Disney World, my husband had been planning his wedding to another woman. "Your teeth are all clean now, remember?" Lily continued, oblivious to the way my world was splintering. "Dr. Morris said I was the best patient ever." I forced myself to breathe, to smile, to act normal. "That's right, baby. You were so brave." The invitation felt like it was burning my skin. I shoved it back into the envelope, tucked the stack exactly where I'd found it. "Ice cream it is." My hands shook so badly I could barely turn the key in the ignition. 8 years of marriage, a beautiful home, our daughter, all of it built on... what? How long had he been living this double life? At the ice cream shop, I watched Lily attack her strawberry cone with the pure joy only an 8-year-old can muster. Pink drops splashed onto her blue dress, the one Daniel had bought her last month. "You're just like your mama," he'd said, ruffling her hair. "Beautiful in blue." My phone buzzed, a text from Daniel. "Running late tonight, big client meeting, don't wait up." I stared at those casual words, remembering all the late nights, the weekend work emergencies, the business trips that seemed to multiply lately. How many of those had been spent with her? With Rebecca? "Mommy, you're not eating yours." Lily pointed to my vanilla cone, melting untouched in my hand. "It's dripping everywhere." "Oh," I grabbed a napkin, wiping sticky rivulets from my wrist. "Just lost in thought, sweetie." "About what?" "About how your father is a lying bastard, about how our entire life is a carefully constructed fiction, about how I don't recognize anything anymore, least of all myself." "About grown-up stuff," I said instead, forcing a smile. "Boring things." My phone buzzed again. This time it was Bailey. "Girls' night still on for Friday? Need wine and gossip?" I typed back absolutely, while my mind raced ahead. Bailey, my best friend since college, who knew every secret of mine, except this one. Not yet. I couldn't tell her, couldn't tell anyone, until I figured out what to do. The drive home was a blur of autumn colors and Lily's chatter about Halloween costumes. I nodded at appropriate intervals, but inside I was cataloging every suspicious moment from the past year. The new passwords on his phone, the fresh cologne, the gym membership he suddenly couldn't live without. "Can we watch a movie tonight?" Lily asked as we pulled into our driveway. "Since Daddy's working late?" I looked at our house, the perfect colonial with its perfect shutters and perfect flower boxes that Daniel and I had picked out together. Everything looked exactly the same as it had this morning. Everything was different. "Sure, baby." I helped her out of her booster seat, breathing in her sweet little girl scent. "You pick the movie." She ran ahead while I lingered by the car, my hand resting on the cool metal above the glove compartment. Inside was proof that my husband was marrying another woman in 6 months. Inside was the end of everything I thought I knew. I could confront him tonight. Scream, cry, throw things. But as I watched Lily disappear into the house, humming the theme from Frozen, a different kind of clarity settled over me, the kind that comes with absolute certainty that someone needs to pay. "Coming, sweetie," I called out, my voice steady despite the ice in my veins. "Let me just grab something from the kitchen first." Like my laptop, and my phone, and every scrap of financial information I could find. Daniel wasn't the only one who could make plans for spring. The house feels different at 3 in the morning, emptier. Like all the lies have carved out hollow spaces in the walls. I'm sitting at our kitchen island, surrounded by bank statements and credit card bills, my laptop casting a blue glow across the granite countertop Daniel was so proud of installing last year. My hands shake as I scroll through his credit card statements. Dinner for 2 at Le Petit Jardin, a weekend booking at the Lakeside Inn, a jewelry purchase from Tiffany's that definitely didn't make its way to my jewelry box. Each transaction is a fresh betrayal, each date stamp a knife twist. "Just looking out for our future," he'd said when he insisted on separate accounts last spring. Smart financial planning. Smart. That's what everyone always called Daniel. Smart, successful, charming Daniel. Even now, he's sleeping peacefully upstairs, probably dreaming about his perfect new life with Rebecca, while I piece together the ruins of mine. My phone lights up. Bailey again. "You've been quiet. Everything okay?" I stare at the message, fingers hovering over the keys. Bailey would be here in 10 minutes if I told her. She'd bring wine and righteous anger and probably a baseball bat. But something stops me. The moment I tell someone, this becomes real, in a way I'm not ready for yet. "All good, just busy with work stuff. Coffee tomorrow?" The lie comes easily. Too easily. Maybe that's what happens when you live with a liar. It rubs off on you like cigarette smoke, seeping into your clothes and hair until you carry it with you everywhere. A floorboard creaks upstairs. I freeze, but it's just Lily turning over in her sleep. My beautiful girl, who still believes in fairy tales and happy endings. Who deserves better than watching her family implode. I pull up our joint account statement, and that's when I see it. Regular transfers to an account I don't recognize, always on the 15th of each month. $5,000 each time, going back almost a year. "Son of a bitch," I whisper, the words sharp in the quiet kitchen. My fingers fly across the keyboard, following the money trail. It leads to a rental property in the nice part of town, a luxury apartment complex with a doorman and a rooftop pool. The kind of place you'd set up for a future wife while your current one helps your daughter with homework and makes your favorite lasagna. The sun is rising by the time I hear Daniel stirring. I've already cleared away the evidence, brewed coffee, and started making pancakes. Lily's favorite breakfast. Normal mom things. Like I haven't spent the night unraveling the elaborate fiction of our marriage. "Something smells good," Daniel says, coming up behind me. He tries to kiss my cheek, but I turn away, pretending to flip a pancake. "Late night?" I ask, proud of how casual I sound. "Yeah, the Johnson account is really demanding right now." He pours himself coffee, and I watch him add exactly 2 sugars, no cream. I used to find his predictable habits endearing, but it'll calm down soon. Sure it will. Right after the spring wedding, I bet. "Mommy!" Lily bounces into the kitchen in her unicorn pajamas. "You made pancakes!" "Special treat," I say, sliding a plate toward her. "Since Daddy's been working so hard lately." Daniel catches my eye, something uncertain flickering across his face. But I'm already turning away, humming as I pour more batter onto the griddle. "I might be late again tonight," he says, straightening his tie. The blue one I gave him for Christmas. "Don't wait up." "Of course not," I smile, thinking of the apartment across town where he's probably heading. "Oh, by the way, I'm hosting a party next month. Nothing fancy, just some friends and neighbors." "A party?" He frowns. "What's the occasion?" "Does there need to be one?" I keep my voice light, but my heart is pounding. "I just thought it would be nice to get everyone together before the holidays. Before your secret life explodes in your face." "Sure, whatever you want." He kisses Lily's head, grabs his briefcase. "Just let me know the date." "Oh, I will, right after I figure out how to invite your fiancé." After he leaves, I watch Lily eat her pancakes, chattering about her upcoming school play. She has syrup on her chin and Daniel's eyes, and my chest aches with the weight of what I'm about to do. My phone buzzes, a text from Amy next door. "Coffee? Have the most interesting gossip about the new tenant in Lakeside Apartments." I smile, really smile, for the first time in 24 hours. "Be right over," I type back. Sometimes the universe hands you exactly what you need, and sometimes what you need is a nosy neighbor who lives for other people's drama. Amy's kitchen smells like cinnamon rolls and secrets. She's already got 2 coffee mugs out when I arrive, practically vibrating with the need to share her latest intelligence report. "You'll never believe who I saw at Lakeside," she says, sliding a warm roll toward me. "That new tenant? She's gorgeous, like magazine gorgeous. And guess who was helping her move in last weekend?" My throat tightens, but I force myself to take a bite. "Who?" "You're Daniel," she leans forward, eyes bright. I was driving by, purely coincidentally, of course, and there he was, carrying boxes like some knight in shining armor. I concentrate on chewing, tasting nothing. "Really? That's interesting." "I know, right?" Apparently she's some hotshot lawyer. Rebecca something, single from what I gathered talking to the doorman. Amy winks. "Not that I was snooping." "Of course you were, that's exactly why I'm here." "The doorman? You talked to him?" "Oh yeah, Marcus is a sweetie. Always up for a chat, especially if you bring him coffee." She stirs her own cup thoughtfully. "He mentioned she just moved here from Chicago, starting fresh after some big breakup." "Starting fresh. With my husband." "Does she have many visitors?" I keep my voice casual, like I'm just playing along with neighborhood gossip. "Well..." Amy glances around conspiratorially, though we're alone. "Marcus says there's this one guy who comes by a lot, always in nice suits, usually late evenings." My coffee turns to acid in my stomach. "What time evenings?" "After 8, mostly. Stays pretty late." She frowns. "You okay, Maggie? You look a little pale." "Just tired. Lily had a rough night." The lie slides out smooth as butter. "Tell me more about this Rebecca." By the time I leave Amy's, I have Rebecca's full name, workplace, and regular schedule, all delivered with Amy's signature mix of concern and barely concealed glee at having prime gossip. I also have the beginning of a plan, That afternoon, I park across from Rebecca's building, watching the elegant glass entrance through dark sunglasses. A woman in a cream-colored blazer exits, tall, willowy, with the kind of effortless grace that belongs in luxury car commercials. My hands clench the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white. So this is her. The woman my husband loves enough to blow up our family for. She walks to a silver BMW, checking her phone as she goes. I snap a quick photo, then another. Evidence. Ammunition. My finger hovers over the delete button for a moment. This feels wrong, creepy, like something a crazy person would do. But then I remember the wedding invitations, the secret apartment, the years of lies. I keep the photos. That evening, I'm helping Lily with her homework when Daniel texts. Working late again. Sorry. Mommy, what's 7 times 8? Lily asks, pencil poised over her math worksheet. 56, I answer automatically, then pause. Actually, why don't we figure it out together? What's 7 times 7? 49. Good. So 7 times 8 would be 49 plus 7, 56. Her face lights up with pride. See? You didn't need me at all. I ruffle her hair, fighting back sudden tears. She's so much stronger than she knows. Than I knew I could be. My phone buzzes again. Bailey this time. Haven't seen you in forever. Everything okay? I stare at the message, thinking about the photos on my phone, the growing knot of rage in my chest, the careful notes I've been taking. Bailey would tell me to be direct, to confront Daniel, to take the high road. But the high road won't protect Lily from having her world shattered. It won't give me back the years I spent loving a lie. It won't make Rebecca understand what she's walking into. Just busy, I text back. But definitely still on for the party next month. Actually, I could use your help planning it. 3 dots appear as she types. Of course. What kind of party? I look at Lily, happily counting on her fingers, still believing in her perfect family. Then I think of Rebecca in her cream blazer, probably sitting in her luxury apartment right now, waiting for my husband to arrive. A surprise party? I type. The kind no one will ever forget. My hands are steady as I hit send, steadier than they've been since finding those invitations. Because now I know exactly what I need to do. This isn't just about revenge anymore. It's about justice. About truth. About making sure both Daniel and Rebecca understand exactly what they're destroying. And if I have to become someone I barely recognize to make that happen, well, Daniel should have thought of that before he decided to marry another woman. Bailey's face changes when she sees the invitation list I've prepared. We're sitting in her sunroom, surrounded by party planning supplies and half-empty wine glasses, but the cozy atmosphere shatters as she reads the names. Maggie, she says slowly. Who's Rebecca Ryan? I take a long sip of wine. Someone who needs to be there. And why does she need to be at your party? Bailey's voice has that careful tone she uses when she thinks I'm about to do something stupid. Along with what looks like half her law firm? Because. I trace the rim of my glass, watching the light catch the crystal. She's engaged to my husband. The silence that follows feels endless. Bailey sets down the list with deliberate care, like it might explode. What did you just say? So I tell her everything. The invitations, the apartment, Amy's intel. With each detail, Bailey's expression darkens until she looks like she might be sick, or like she might hunt down Daniel herself. I'll kill him, she says when I finish. Actually kill him. We'll hide the body in Amy's garden. God knows she's got enough rose bushes to... I don't want him dead, I interrupt. I want him exposed. I want everyone to know exactly who he is. By humiliating him at a party? She leans forward, eyes intense. Maggie, this isn't you. You're better than this. Am I? I stand up, suddenly restless. Because the old me got played for a fool. The old me spent 8 years believing in a marriage that was a joke. Think about Lily. I am thinking about Lily. My voice cracks. I'm thinking about how she deserves to know her father for who he really is. I'm thinking about how Rebecca deserves to know what she's really marrying. Bailey is quiet for a moment, studying me. Have you met her? Rebecca? No, but maybe you should. She holds up a hand when I try to protest. Not to confront her, just... Observe. See who she really is before you destroy her life along with Daniel's. The suggestion hits me like a slap. She's not innocent in this. She knows she's engaged to a married man. Are you sure about that? I sink back into my chair, the certainty I've been clinging to starting to crack. She must know. Must she? Bailey refills our glasses. Because if she doesn't, you're about to publicly humiliate someone who might be just as much a victim as you are. The thought makes me nauseous. Or maybe it's the wine. So, what am I supposed to do? Just let them have their perfect spring wedding while I watch from the sidelines? No. Bailey reaches across the table, squeezes my hand. But maybe there's a way to handle this that won't leave scorched earth behind, especially for Lily. I pull my hand away, standing again. I need some air. Outside, Bailey's garden is alive with early evening shadows. The same garden where we celebrated Lily's 5th birthday, where Daniel flipped burgers and told Dad jokes and seemed so perfectly, wonderfully normal. I pull out my phone, scroll to the photo of Rebecca. She doesn't look like a homewrecker. She looks happy, confident, like I used to look before I found those invitations. My phone buzzes. A text from Daniel. Meeting running late. Don't wait up. I wonder where he is right now. In Rebecca's apartment, planning their future while our present crumbles? Does he kiss her the way he used to kiss me? Does he make her laugh with those terrible puns he saves for people he really loves? Does she know she's not the only one who loves him back? Bailey appears beside me, silent but supportive. Whatever you decide, she says finally, I'm with you. But please, please be sure this is what you really want. I stare at the party plans scattered across her sunroom table, visible through the window. The careful lists, the strategic seating arrangements, the timeline designed for maximum impact. It looks less like justice now and more like a bomb waiting to detonate. But then I think about Daniel sleeping peacefully beside me every night, knowing what he knows. About Rebecca trying on wedding dresses, planning her perfect day, while my daughter draws hearts on cards for a father who's already chosen his next family. The party stays, I say, my voice firm. But maybe I need to do some reconnaissance first. Bailey nods slowly. Want company? No. I pull up Rebecca's work address on my phone. This is something I need to do alone. Because Bailey's right. I need to know exactly who I'm dealing with before I tear everything apart. Need to look in Rebecca's eyes and see if she's another liar or just another fool who fell for Daniel's perfect mask. Either way, the party is happening. But now I have a stop to make first. Time to introduce myself to my husband's fiancé. Rebecca's law firm occupies the top 3 floors of a gleaming downtown building. I sit in the coffee shop across the street, watching professionals stream in and out, wondering which of them know my husband as Rebecca's fiancé rather than my spouse. My hands shake slightly as I adjust my blazer, the expensive one Daniel bought me last Christmas. Fitting, really. I've rehearsed my story. Potential client, seeking representation for a business matter. Just enough truth to be believable. More coffee? The barista hovers nearby. No, thanks. I've been nursing the same cup for an hour, gathering courage. Actually, yes. 1 to go. Walking into the building feels like crossing a threshold I can't return from. The elevator rises smoothly to the 42nd floor, and I repeat my story in my head. But when the doors open, all my careful planning evaporates. Rebecca stands at the reception desk, laughing with the receptionist. She's even more striking up close. Tall, poised, radiating the kind of confidence that comes from never having your world shattered. She's wearing a delicate gold necklace I recognize from Daniel's Tiffany's purchase. My chest constricts. I want to scream, to grab that necklace and demand answers. Instead, I step forward, my heels clicking on the marble floor. Rebecca turns, still smiling. Can I help you? I hope so. My voice sounds strange to my own ears. I'm looking for some legal advice. Of course. She gestures toward her office. I have a few minutes before my next meeting. Her office is a corner suite with floor-to-ceiling windows. Family photos dot her desk. Parents, siblings, but no Daniel. Not yet. She settles behind her desk while I perch on the edge of a leather chair, studying her. So, what brings you in today? I open my mouth to deliver my practiced story, but something else entirely comes out. How do you handle betrayal cases? She blinks, professional smile never wavering. That's quite broad. Are we talking business betrayal, intellectual property? Marriage. The word hangs between us. When someone you trust completely turns out to be living a double life. Something flickers across her face. Recognition? Concern? That would fall under family law, which isn't my specialty. But I can refer you to... He bought you that necklace 2 months ago, I interrupt softly. From Tiffany's. The same day he told me he was working late on the Johnson account. The color drains from her face. I'm sorry, who are you? I think you know. My voice remains steady even as my heart pounds. Or at least you should. She stands abruptly, moving away from her desk. I think you need to leave. Does he make you laugh with terrible puns? I ask, still sitting. Does he bring you coffee in bed on Sunday mornings? Does he tell you you're the only one who really understands him? Security. She reaches for her phone, but her hand trembles. He's married. The words cut through the air like glass. He has a daughter. Her name is Lily. She's 8, and she still believes in fairy tales. Rebecca sinks back into her chair, face ashen. You're lying. I pull out my phone, scroll to a recent family photo. Lily between us at her school play. Daniel's arm around my waist. Am I? She stares at the image, then at me, then back at the photo. I see the moment reality hits her. It's the same shattering I felt in the car that day. I'm going to be sick, she whispers. Funny, that's exactly how I felt when I found your wedding invitations. She presses her hands to her face, shoulders shaking. I should feel triumphant, watching her perfect world crumble. Instead, I feel hollow. I didn't know, she says finally, voice raw. I swear to God, I didn't know. I believe you. The realization surprises me. That's what makes him so good at this, making everyone believe exactly what they need to. She looks up, mascara smeared. What are you going to do? I stand, smoothing my blazer. I'm throwing a party next month. You should come. A party? She laughs, slightly hysterical. Are you insane? Probably. I move toward the door, then pause. He likes his coffee with 2 sugars, no cream. He hates cilantro but pretends to like it at restaurants. And he always has a reasonable explanation for being late. She flinches at each detail. Why are you telling me this? Because you deserve to know exactly who you're dealing with. I meet her eyes, and because I'm not the only one who gets to decide what happens next. I leave her there, surrounded by her success and her shattered illusions. In the elevator, my phone buzzes. Daniel, of course. Can't wait to see you tonight, his text reads. Miss you. I wonder which of us he's texting that to. Maybe both, maybe neither. The party just got more complicated, but now I know. It's not just about revenge anymore, it's about truth. And Rebecca deserves that as much as I do. The party invitations arrive on a Tuesday. I watch Daniel open his over breakfast, his expression carefully neutral as he reads the elegant script. Quite a guest list, he says, buttering his toast. The Johnson team, half the neighborhood, Rebecca Ryan, the lawyer? I pour more coffee, steady despite my racing heart. Amy recommended her, said she's new in town, might be good for networking. He sets the invitation down too carefully. And you've met her? Briefly. I smile, thinking of mascara-stained cheeks and shattered illusions. She seemed lovely. Lily bounces into the kitchen, backpack already on. Is Rebecca coming to the party? She's so nice. Daniel's head snaps up. My coffee cup freezes halfway to my lips. You've met Rebecca? Daniel's voice is too casual. At the ice cream shop yesterday. Lily grabs a banana from the fruit bowl. She bought me a double scoop and said she loved my unicorn shirt. The silence stretches like taffy. I watch Daniel's face, seeing the calculations behind his eyes. Yesterday was his supposed late meeting. That was nice of her, he manages. She said she knows you from work, Lily continues innocently, and that she had something really important to tell Mommy. Daniel's toast falls from his fingers. Important? Lily, honey, you'll be late for school. I grab my keys, avoiding Daniel's stare. Let's go. In the car, after dropping Lily off, I finally check my phone. 3 missed calls from Rebecca. A text. We need to talk, please. I pull into a parking lot, hands shaking as I dial her number. She answers on the first ring. I can't do this, she says immediately. The party, the lies, any of it. I saw your daughter yesterday and she's real. This is all real. Of course she's real. My voice comes out sharper than intended. What did you think she was? I don't know, Rebecca's voice cracks. Daniel said he was divorced, said you were his unstable ex who couldn't let go, said Lily was better off with limited contact. I believed him because I wanted to. My laugh sounds hollow even to me. Unstable ex? That's creative. I've called off the engagement, she pauses, but I haven't told him why. Something shifts in my chest, hope or fear, I'm not sure which. Why not? Because you're right, about the party, about everyone knowing the truth. She takes a shaky breath. He needs to face what he's done, all of it. I grip the steering wheel, remembering Daniel's face when Lily mentioned Rebecca. He's starting to suspect something. Good. Steele enters her voice. Let him sweat. When I get home, Daniel's car is in the driveway. He's supposed to be at work. I find him in his home office, phone pressed to his ear. Need to postpone the meeting, he's saying. Something's come up. Yes, I understand the implications. He sees me in the doorway and ends the call abruptly. You're home early. So are you. We stare at each other across the room. 8 years of marriage, and I've never seen him look so uncertain. About Rebecca, he starts. The lawyer? I keep my voice light. What about her? He runs a hand through his hair. It seems odd, inviting a stranger to such a personal gathering. Does it? I move closer, noting how he tenses. Because Amy says she's not a stranger to everyone. His phone buzzes. Probably Rebecca, declining the invitation we both know she won't decline. He doesn't check it. Maggie, he says softly. What's really going on? I think about Lily's innocent revelation at breakfast, about Rebecca's mascara-stained face, about all the perfectly reasonable explanations he's given me over the years. Nothing's going on, I lie, matching his soft tone. Just a party. You do want to celebrate with our friends, don't you? He studies my face, searching for something. I wonder if he sees the woman he married, or the unstable ex he described to Rebecca. Of course, he says finally. It'll be perfect. Perfect. Like our marriage. Like his lies. Like the way all of this is going to explode in exactly 2 weeks. My phone vibrates. Bailey, then Amy, then Rebecca, all confirming their attendance. The pieces are falling into place. No more rehearsals, no more preparation, just the final act. Yes, I agree, meeting his uncertain gaze with a smile that feels like broken glass. Perfect. Because that's what Daniel always wanted, perfection. And in 2 weeks, he'll get exactly that, a perfect party, a perfect revelation, a perfectly orchestrated destruction of every lie he's ever told. I can't wait. The party hums around me like a live wire. I'm wearing the black dress Daniel loves, hair swept up exactly the way he likes it. Everything perfect. Everything calculated. You okay? Bailey appears at my elbow, champagne in hand. You look a little... like I'm about to burn my life to the ground. I was going to say pale, but sure, that works too. Across the room, Daniel works the crowd with practiced charm. He hasn't noticed Rebecca yet, standing quietly by the window in a cream dress that matches those wedding invitations. She catches my eye, gives a slight nod. It's not too late, Bailey whispers. We could still call this off. But it is too late. Has been since I found those invitations. since I sat in Rebecca's office, since Lily innocently revealed the threads of her father's lies. Time for the toast, I say instead. My heels click against the hardwood as I move to the center of the room. The sound of crystal being tapped rings out. Amy, right on cue. Conversations fade. Daniel beams at me with practiced affection. I want to thank everyone for coming tonight, I begin, my voice steady despite the earthquake in my chest. Especially those who traveled so far to be here. Rebecca shifts slightly. Daniel's smile flickers. You know, when I was planning this party, I thought a lot about love, about trust, about the stories we tell ourselves about the people we share our lives with. The room has gone completely still. I can feel Bailey's concern, Amy's anticipation, Rebecca's quiet resolve. Daniel, I turn to face him directly. Would you join me, since this party is really all about you? He moves forward, uncertainty shadowing his features. Maggie, it's okay, honey. I just want to share some stories, like how we met, how you pursued me for months, how you promised to love only me forever. His eyes dart around the room, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Maybe this isn't the time, or we could talk about more recent stories. I take a step closer, like your late meetings, your business trips, your apartment across town. The color drains from his face. Someone gasps, probably Amy, loving every second. Or better yet, I continue, voice crystal clear in the silence. Why don't we talk about spring weddings? Maggie, stop. His voice holds a warning, but I'm done heeding those. Rebecca, I call out, would you like to share your version of the story? She steps forward, elegant and composed. Daniel's face goes from white to gray as she moves to stand beside me. No, he says hoarsely. This isn't what? Rebecca's voice could freeze hell. Isn't the perfect moment to explain how you're somehow engaged to me while married to Maggie? How you told me she was your unstable ex-wife? How you made me complicit in destroying a little girl's family? Murmurs ripple through the crowd. I see the Johnson team exchanging glances, Amy practically vibrating with vindicated gossip, Bailey watching with quiet support. I can explain, Daniel starts, but for once, his silver tongue fails him. Can you explain this? I pull out my phone, project the wedding invitation onto the wall where I'd secretly installed a projector earlier. Or these credit card statements appear, highlighting his double life in stark detail. Or maybe, Rebecca adds, you can explain why you were with me yesterday when you told Maggie you had a late meeting. Daniel's face twists. You two planned this? Set me up? No, Daniel. I step closer, close enough to smell his familiar cologne. You set yourself up. We just made sure everyone could see the show. Including me. The new voice cuts through the tension. Daniel spins around to find Ross, my brother, emerging from the hallway. With Lily. Uncle Ross showed me the pictures, Daddy, Lily says quietly, of you and Rebecca. He said you've been lying to us. I hadn't planned this part. Had specifically told Ross to keep Lily away tonight. But seeing her there, small and brave and devastatingly honest, I realize it's perfect. Princess, Daniel starts, reaching for her. She steps back into Ross's protective embrace. Is it true? Have you been lying? The mighty Daniel, master of explanations, stands speechless before his daughter's simple question. Yes, he finally whispers. Yes, I lied. The admission hangs in the air like shattered glass. I feel it cut through the last threads of our marriage, through the perfect facade he'd constructed, through every story he'd spun. Then I don't believe in you anymore, Lily says, with the brutal clarity of childhood. She turns to me, eyes wet but chin high. Can we go home now, Mommy? Home. Not this house of lies. Not this carefully curated stage for Daniel's performance. Yes, baby. I hold out my hand to her. We can go home. As we walk out, leaving Daniel standing alone in his wreckage, I hear Rebecca begin to detail every lie he told her. Hear the disgusted murmurs of his colleagues. Hear the collapse of his perfect world. But all I feel is light, free, ready for whatever comes next. Dawn creeps through Bailey's guest room window, painting the unfamiliar walls in soft gold. Lily sleeps beside me, her small hand curled in mine. On the nightstand, my phone lights up with another message from Daniel. The 20th since we left the party. I don't read it. Instead, I ease out of bed, careful not to wake Lily, and pad downstairs to Bailey's kitchen. The morning feels raw, new, like the first breath after breaking through water's surface. Bailey's already at the counter, coffee brewing. Couldn't sleep either. Too busy plotting my next life-destroying party, I say, managing a small smile. God, his face when Rebecca started listing his lies. She hands me a steaming mug. I thought he might actually spontaneously combust. I keep waiting to feel guilty. I wrap my hands around the warm ceramic, or devastated, or something other than relieved. Relieved is allowed. She studies me over her cup. So is angry, hurt, triumphant, or whatever else you're feeling. The doorbell rings, startling us both. Through the front window, I see Ross on the porch, holding a manila envelope. "Morning, sis." He kisses my cheek as he enters. "Brought you something interesting." I open the envelope, pull out a stack of papers. Bank statements, property records, email printouts. "What is this?" "Remember when you asked me to look into Daniel's finances?" Ross settles at the counter. "Well, I did, and guess what I found?" My hands shake as I scan the documents. Offshore accounts, hidden assets, a pattern of transactions that speaks of something much bigger than a secret fiancé. "He's been embezzling," Ross explains quietly, "from his own company, for years." The coffee turns bitter in my mouth. "How much?" "Millions." Ross taps one particularly damning statement. "The Johnson account? It's a shell, a cover for moving money around." A laugh bubbles up in my throat, harsh, almost hysterical. "So, while I was planning my little revenge party, you accidentally exposed a major financial fraud scheme?" "Yeah," Ross grins. "The FBI is very interested in having a chat with him." Heavy footsteps on the stairs announce Lily's awakening. She appears in the doorway, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "Mommy? Uncle Ross?" "Hey, Squirt." Ross scoops her up, tickling her until she giggles. "Who wants pancakes?" While Ross and Lily raid Bailey's pantry, my phone buzzes again. This time it's Rebecca. "He's been calling me too," her text reads. "But I thought you should see this first." A photo appears. Daniel, leaving her apartment building late last night, with another woman. "Caught them in the elevator," Rebecca adds. "Guess we weren't special enough to warrant exclusive lying rights." I should feel something. Anger, betrayal, vindication. Instead, I feel the last weight lift from my chest. The last question mark straighten into a period. "You okay?" Bailey asks softly. Through the kitchen window, I watch the sunrise paint the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. Lily's laughter mingles with Ross's terrible dad jokes as they make a mess of Bailey's pristine kitchen. My phone lights up with another call from Daniel that I'll never answer. "You know what?" I say, turning to Bailey. "I really am." "Good." She hesitates. "Because there's something else you should know. The publishing company I work for, they're very interested in your story." I blink. "My story?" "A memoir, about discovering your husband's double life and taking back your narrative, about helping another woman do the same." She pulls out a business card. "If you're interested." The card feels heavy in my hand, weighted with possibility, with power. "Mommy," Lily calls. "Uncle Ross is making pancakes wrong." "Am not," Ross protests. "This is how Julia Child did it." "Julia Child never dropped batter on her shoes," Bailey mutters. I move to help them, tucking the card into my pocket. My phone buzzes one final time, Daniel again, but this time I don't even glance at it. Because this isn't his story anymore. It's mine. Mine and Lily's and Rebecca's and every other person he tried to write into his fiction. "Here," I tell Ross, taking the spatula. "Let me show you how it's done." The pancake flips perfectly, golden brown against silver steel. Behind me, Lily claps. Bailey starts the coffee maker again. Ross pretends to take notes on proper pancake technique. And I stand in this kitchen that isn't mine, surrounded by people who are finally writing my own story. One where perfect isn't the goal. Truth is.
I still remember the exact moment I thought I'd finally made it. The boardroom lights bounced off the polished mahogany table as I stood there, 28 years old, and trembling slightly in my carefully chosen outfit that had taken 3 credit card payments to afford. And that's why June's marketing strategy increased our Q3 engagement by 42%. Elaine said, her voice carrying that signature confidence that made everyone lean forward when she spoke. The Harrington account wouldn't have signed without her insights. I felt my cheeks flush as 14 pairs of eyes turned to me. Oscar, our CEO, actually nodded. Not the perfunctory movement he gave most presentations, but a real acknowledgement. I'd spent 3 sleepless weeks building that strategy, testing every assumption, anticipating every objection. Thank you, I managed, my voice steadier than I felt. The data suggested we needed to pivot from traditional demographics to behavioral targeting, and she executed flawlessly. Elaine cut in smoothly, placing her hand on my shoulder. I knew she would. That touch felt like a benediction. Elaine May, the woman who'd climbed from marketing director to COO in 5 years, who wore power like a second skin, whose approval I'd been chasing since I joined the company, was publicly claiming me as her protégé. After the meeting, she caught me by the coffee machine, her tailored blazer somehow unwrinkled after a 3-hour session. Drinks tonight? We should celebrate your win, she said, already typing something into her phone. I'd love that, I replied, trying not to sound too eager. 8 o'clock, Vantage Lounge. Wear something that makes you feel unstoppable. She smiled, that rare full smile that transformed her usually calculating face into something almost warm. I spent the afternoon in a haze of validation, fielding congratulatory emails, and trying not to check the time every 5 minutes. Ryder from the creative team stopped by my desk, leaning against it with his usual easy posture. Quite the victory lap in there, he said, his voice carrying a note I couldn't quite place. Elaine doesn't share the spotlight often. I worked really hard on this one, I said, straightening papers that didn't need straightening. I'm sure you did. He paused. Just be careful, okay? I laughed it off. Of what? Success. He just shrugged and walked away, leaving me slightly unsettled until I dismissed it as jealousy. Ryder had been at the company longer than me, but hadn't risen as quickly. At 7:30, I was already in an Uber heading to Vantage, wearing the one designer dress I owned, a splurge after my first promotion. The city lights blurred past as I mentally rehearsed casual, clever things to say when Elaine inevitably introduced me to whatever power players would be at her table. My phone buzzed with a text from Peyton. Get it, girl, but remember who you are. I smiled. Peyton had been my roommate since college and had watched me transform from a nervous marketing assistant to whatever I was becoming. She worried I was changing too much, too fast. Maybe she was right. But tonight wasn't the night for self-doubt. The lounge was exactly as exclusive as its reputation suggested. All dark wood, amber lighting, and people who looked like they belonged in magazines. I gave Elaine's name at the door and was led to a corner table where she sat alone, 2 martinis already waiting. Right on time, she said, raising her glass. To your first of many victories. The gin burned pleasantly as we clinked glasses. Thank you for the opportunity, I said, and for the mentorship. I wouldn't be here without you. Talent recognizes talent, she replied, her eyes assessing me in that way that always made me feel both seen and examined. You remind me of myself 10 years ago, hungry, smart, willing to do what others won't. Pride bloomed in my chest. This was everything I'd wanted since I'd watched her demolish a boardroom of doubting executives my first week. To be seen by her as an equal in the making, not just another disposable team member. I have something for you, she said, sliding a small velvet box across the table. Inside was a sleek silver pen, heavy and expensive feeling. Engraved along the side, ambition is the path to success. It's beautiful, I said, genuinely touched. Use it to sign your next promotion paperwork. She winked. Which reminds me, I sent you an email with some thoughts on the Westridge proposal. Nothing urgent, just review it this weekend. I nodded, already making mental notes to cancel my Saturday plans with Peyton. Later that night, unable to sleep from the lingering excitement, I opened my laptop to get ahead on the Westridge work. Elaine's email sat at the top of my inbox, but it wasn't addressed to me. I was CC'd. The actual recipient was Oscar. Oscar, as discussed, I've developed a comprehensive strategy for Westridge. June has been helping with some of the data collection, but the core approach and execution plan are mine. I've CC'd her so she can begin implementing the support materials we'll need. With this account, I believe we're looking at not just a VP position opening, but a board seat as well. My hands went cold. The strategy she presented today, my strategy, was apparently just the beginning. The Westridge proposal she'd asked me to review was already being positioned as hers. The martini churned in my stomach as I scrolled down to see my weeks of work attached to her email. My name nowhere to be found, except as an implementation assistant. The silver pen suddenly felt like a consolation prize for a theft in progress. I stared at the email until my eyes burned, reading it over and over, as if the words might rearrange themselves into something less devastating. They didn't. Sleep was impossible. I paced my apartment, the dress I'd been so proud of earlier now twisted around my waist, my makeup smeared from rubbing my eyes. The silver pen sat on my counter, catching the light every time I passed. Ambition is the path to success. Apparently, so is theft. By morning, shock had hardened into something sharper. I showered, dressed, and arrived at the office an hour early, needing to see what else Elaine had taken from me. The office was quiet, just the hum of the air conditioning and the occasional early bird tapping away in a distant cubicle. I logged into the shared drive, where our team kept project files, and began digging through folders I hadn't opened in months. The Carrington campaign from last quarter, the one where Elaine had praised my supporting work during the client presentation. There it was, my original deck, complete with my notes and research, saved under a new file name, with Elaine listed as the author. The Blackwell proposal that had won us agency innovation recognition. My draft had been polished into Elaine's voice. My market analysis copied wholesale. Even the intern training program I'd developed after noticing our high turnover, rebranded as Elaine's Leadership Initiative. You're in early. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Ryder stood in the doorway of the conference room I'd commandeered, 2 coffee cups in hand. Just catching up on some things, I said, quickly minimizing the screen. He set one of the coffees beside me. Looked like you were hunting for something. I hesitated. Ryder and I were friendly, but office politics made real friendships complicated. Still, his warning yesterday suddenly seemed less like jealousy and more like he'd been trying to tell me something. Can I ask you something weird? I said, accepting the coffee. The Blackwell proposal last spring. Who do you think created it? His eyebrows rose slightly. The one Elaine presented to the board? Yeah. Well, you did most of it, right? I remember you asking me for input on the creative direction. He leaned against the door frame. Why? I took a deep breath. Because Elaine's been taking credit for my work, not just tweaking or supervising, flat out claiming it as hers. Saying it out loud made it real, in a way that churned my stomach. Ryder's expression shifted from surprise to something darker. Show me, he said, closing the door behind him. I pulled up the files, the emails, the presentations. With each example, his jaw tightened. This isn't new for her, he finally said. 2 years ago, it was Lana from product development. Before that, some guy who eventually quit. Elaine finds promising people, mentors them, just enough to extract their best ideas, then discards them when they start asking questions. Why doesn't anyone stop her? Oscar thinks she walks on water. The board sees results. And who's going to believe a junior employee over a COO? He shook his head. I tried to warn Lana, She confronted Elaine directly and ended up transferred to the Cleveland office. My phone buzzed with a calendar notification. Staff meeting in 30 minutes, with Elaine presenting the Westridge strategy. I can't just let her take credit for Westridge, I said, my voice tight. That's months of my work, my research, my ideas. What are you going to do? Stand up in the meeting and call her a thief? Ryder's voice was gentle but firm. You need to be smarter than that. He was right. A direct confrontation would be career suicide. I needed evidence, allies, a plan. But I also couldn't sit through another meeting, watching Elaine build her empire on my foundation. I need to buy some time, I said, more to myself than to Ryder. The staff meeting was already filling up when I arrived. Elaine stood at the front, arranging presentation materials, looking immaculate as always, in a crisp white blouse and charcoal pencil skirt. She caught my eye and smiled. That same mentor's smile that had once made me feel chosen. Now it made me feel hunted. June, perfect timing, she called. I was hoping you could help distribute these before we start. She handed me a stack of presentation folders, my Westridge strategy, repackaged with her name on the cover. Our fingers brushed during the handoff, and I had to fight the urge to recoil. Actually, I said, my heart hammering, I'm not feeling well. Might be food poisoning from last night. I pressed a hand to my stomach for effect. I need to go home. Concern flashed across her face. Perfectly calibrated, utterly false. Oh no, was it something at Vantage? Must have been, I replied, matching her performance. I hate to miss this, but, of course, health comes first. We'll catch you up tomorrow. She turned to the room. Can someone make sure June gets home okay? Ryder volunteered, earning a dismissive nod from Elaine. As he guided me out, I felt her eyes on my back, calculating, assessing the threat. In the elevator, Ryder spoke low and fast. You know she's going to present your strategy as her own today, right? By tomorrow, it'll be official company record. I know, I said, clutching my bag where I'd slipped one of the presentation folders. But now I have time to figure out how to fight back. The elevator doors opened, and I stepped out with one certainty burning through the fog of betrayal. Elaine had taught me ambition was the path to success. She'd forgotten to mention it was also the path to enemies. Ryder walked me to my car, both of us maintaining the sick day charade until we were safely in the parking garage. What's your next move? He asked, leaning against a concrete pillar. I pulled out the stolen presentation folder. First, I need to understand exactly what she changed and what she kept. Then, I need to find proof that the original work was mine. And then, I hesitated. The then part was still a blur of rage and half-formed ideas. I don't know yet, but I'm not letting her get away with this. Ryder shifted uncomfortably. Look, I want to help, but I need to be careful too. I've got rent and student loans, and I'm not asking you to risk your job, I said quickly. Just keep your eyes open. Let me know if you hear anything useful. He nodded, relief visible in the loosening of his shoulders. I can do that. At home, I spread the contents of the folder across my kitchen table. The presentation was almost entirely my work, my market analysis, my strategy framework, even my phrasing in some places. Elaine had added an executive summary and reworked the conclusion to emphasize her visionary leadership. I pulled out my laptop and began documenting everything, creating a side-by-side comparison of my original work and Elaine's version. The similarities were undeniable to anyone who looked closely. The problem was getting someone to look. My phone rang. Peyton. Weren't we supposed to meet for lunch? She asked when I answered. God, I'm sorry, I said, suddenly remembering our plans. Something happened at work. Bad enough to ghost your best friend? Elaine's been stealing my work, I blurted out. Everything I've done for the past year, she's been taking credit for all of it. Silence on the line, then. I'm coming over, and I'm bringing wine. 30 minutes later, Peyton sat across from me, examining my evidence while I paced the apartment. This is seriously messed up, she said, flipping through the documents. Have you talked to HR? I laughed bitterly. HR reports to Elaine. Besides, it would be her word against mine, and she's been laying groundwork for months, positioning herself as my mentor, making it seem like she's been guiding my work. What about this Oscar guy, the CEO? He thinks Elaine is his golden goose. The company's stock has risen 30% since she became COO. I collapsed onto the couch. I need irrefutable proof that the work was mine before I go to anyone. Peyton topped off my wine glass. What about your emails, your drafts? There must be a digital trail. I've been working on the company's servers, saving everything to shared drives so Elaine could review my progress. I made air quotes with my fingers, but I might have some early drafts on my personal laptop. I dug out my old laptop, the one I'd used before getting a company computer. It took forever to boot up, but eventually I found what I was looking for. Preliminary notes and drafts for several projects, including Westridge, all with metadata showing they were created months before Elaine's versions. This is good, Peyton said, but is it enough? Couldn't she just say you were doing preliminary work under her direction? She was right. I needed something more definitive, something that proved Elaine knew exactly what she was doing. I need to get into her email, I said, the idea forming as I spoke. Peyton's eyes widened. Whoa, that's crossing into illegal territory. Not if I already have access. I explained how Elaine had given me her password months ago to handle some scheduling while she was on vacation. She probably changed it, but she uses variations of the same password for everything. June, think about what you're saying. If you get caught, if I do nothing, I lose everything I've worked for. My voice cracked. You don't understand what it's like there. I clawed my way into this position from nothing. No fancy degree, no family connections, just hard work and talent. If I let Elaine take that from me, Peyton reached across the table and squeezed my hand. I do understand. I've watched you work yourself to exhaustion for this job, but I don't want to see you destroy yourself trying to fix this. I pulled my hand away, suddenly irritated by her caution. So I should just give up? Let her win? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying be strategic. Don't let anger push you into making mistakes. She was right, of course. Breaking into Elaine's email would be a desperate move, possibly a career-ending one if caught. I needed a better plan. What if, I said slowly, instead of exposing her all at once, I start by protecting my current work, create a paper trail she can't erase. The next morning, I returned to the office with a clear head and a strategy. I sent myself emails, documenting my work on ongoing projects, blind copied to my personal account. I started keeping a detailed work journal, and I scheduled a casual coffee with Lana from product development. The previous victim Ryder had mentioned. As I waited in the cafe across from our building, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. I heard you're asking questions about Elaine. Check the shared drive, folder, Board Presentations 2022, subfolder, Strategy Retreat. Password, Ambition 2022. Be careful who you trust. Not everyone who smiles at you is your friend. I stared at the message, my coffee cooling in front of me. Someone else knew what Elaine was doing. Someone wanted to help, or someone was setting a trap. Lana arrived 15 minutes late, her brisk walk and tense shoulders suggesting she'd second-guessed this meeting several times before showing up. She ordered a black coffee and sat across from me, her eyes darting around the cafe as if expecting to see Elaine lurking behind a potted plant. I can't stay long, she said, not quite meeting my gaze. Thanks for coming. I kept my voice casual, though my heart was racing. I wanted to ask your advice on managing cross-departmental projects. Lana's smile was tight. Cut the bullshit, June. Ryder told me what you're really asking about. I blinked, caught off guard by her directness. He shouldn't have. No, he should have. She leaned forward. Because I wish someone had warned me about Elaine before she derailed my career. For the next 20 minutes, Lana detailed her own experience, how Elaine had mentored her, praised her publicly, then systematically claimed credit for her innovations. When Lana confronted her, Elaine turned ice cold. She told Oscar I was having emotional problems, that I was trying to take credit for her work because I was jealous of her success. Lana's voice was flat, drained of emotion through repeated tellings. 2 weeks later, I was transferred to Cleveland. The official reason was operational needs. But everyone knew. "Why did you come back?" I asked. "Because Cleveland was a dead end, and I refused to let her win." Lana's eyes finally met mine, hard with determination. I worked my ass off, made connections with board members, and got transferred back when a position opened. Elaine couldn't block it without raising questions. And now we maintain a professional distance. She knows I know, and I know she's waiting for me to make a mistake. Lana checked her watch, which is why this meeting needs to end. Being seen with you right now wouldn't be good for either of us. As she stood to leave, I blurted out, "Did you send me a text about the strategy retreat folder?" Confusion flickered across her face. What text? Either she was lying, or someone else was involved. Before I could decide which, Lana placed a hand on my shoulder. "Whatever you're planning, be careful. Elaine doesn't just fight back, she scorches the earth." With that, she was gone, leaving me with a cold coffee and a colder realization of what I was up against. Back at my desk, I waited until the office cleared for lunch before accessing the shared drive. The folder was buried deep in the archives, and when I entered the password, Ambition 2022, a collection of files appeared. What I found made my stomach drop. Presentations, strategies, market analyses, all created by different employees over the years, all later presented as Elaine's work. My name appeared in several recent documents, but so did Lana's from years ago, and at least 3 other employees I didn't recognize. This wasn't opportunistic theft. This was systematic. Elaine had been doing this for years, building her career on stolen work, discarding people when they became inconvenient. I was so absorbed that I didn't notice someone approaching until a shadow fell across my screen. Finding anything interesting, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Oscar, the CEO, stood behind me, his expression unreadable. I was just researching past strategies for the Miller account," I stammered, quickly closing the window. "In archived board presentations from 2 years ago?" His eyebrow arched. "I wanted to understand the company's strategic evolution," I said, the lie sounding weak even to my ears. Oscar studied me for a long moment. "My office, 5 minutes." He walked away before I could respond. My hands shook as I gathered my notes. Had Elaine told him I was asking questions? Was this the beginning of my own transfer to corporate Siberia? Oscar's office occupied the corner of our floor. Glass walls offering a panoramic view of the city. He gestured for me to sit while he remained standing, looking out at the skyline. "Elaine tells me you're one of our most promising talents," he said without turning. "Says you've contributed significantly to several major accounts." "Contributed," I repeated, the word bitter on my tongue. Now he turned, his expression shrewd. "You disagree with the characterization." It was the opening I needed, but fear closed my throat. This man could end my career with a phone call, yet staying silent meant accepting defeat. "I don't just contribute, Oscar, I create. The Westridge strategy, mine. Harrington, mine. The new engagement metrics we're using, also mine." The words tumbled out, fueled by weeks of suppressed anger. Elaine has been taking credit for my work since I joined her team. I expected denial, dismissal, maybe even anger. Instead, Oscar sighed and sat down heavily. "I was afraid of this," he said quietly. "It's happening again." My breath caught. "You know, I've had concerns about Elaine's management style for some time, but she delivers results, and accusations without proof are just office politics." He fixed me with a penetrating stare. "Do you have proof, June?" I thought of the anonymous text, the hidden folder, my original drafts. "I'm gathering it," I said carefully. "Then I suggest you gather quickly. The board is considering Elaine for a promotion to president next month. If what you're saying is true, I need to know before that decision is made. Hope flared briefly, then flickered as suspicion crept in. Why was he so willing to listen? Was this a trap to see if I'd speak against Elaine? Why tell me this? I asked. Because I built this company from nothing, and I won't have its culture corrupted by theft and fear. He leaned forward. But understand this, if you're wrong, or if you can't prove your claims, I won't be able to protect you. As I left his office, my phone buzzed with another text from the unknown number. Oscar isn't the ally you think he is. He and Elaine go way back. Be careful what you share. Check her calendar for March 15th. Then look at the company's SEC filings from the same day. The truth goes deeper than stolen presentations. I froze in the hallway, my mind racing. What was on March 15th? And who was sending these texts? The game had just changed, and I wasn't sure if I was the player or the pawn. I barely slept that night, my mind spinning with contradictions. Oscar seemed willing to hear me out, but the text warned he wasn't trustworthy. Elaine was stealing my work, but she'd also championed me publicly. Nothing made sense, and everyone had an agenda I couldn't quite grasp. By morning, I'd made a decision. Trust no one. Verify everything. I arrived at the office early and immediately checked Elaine's calendar for March 15th. Most executives' calendars were visible to their teams for scheduling purposes, though the details of private meetings were often hidden. March 15th showed a 4-hour block marked simply OS Strategy Meeting at a downtown hotel, not the office. No attendees listed, no agenda attached. The company's SEC filings were public record. I pulled them up on my phone, scrolling through dense financial documents until I found what I was looking for, a significant stock sale by both Oscar and Elaine on March 16th, the day after their mysterious meeting. They'd each sold shares worth over $1 million. A week later, our company announced disappointing quarterly results, and the stock dropped 20%. They had sold right before a major downturn. That timing wasn't just convenient. It could be illegal. I was so absorbed in this discovery that I didn't notice Peyton calling until the third attempt. "Where are you?" she demanded when I answered. "I've been waiting at the restaurant for 20 minutes. Shit, I'm sorry. I'd completely forgotten our dinner plans. Something came up at work. Something always comes up at work lately." Her voice carried an edge I wasn't used to hearing. "This is the third time you've bailed on me in 2 weeks? I know, I'm sorry. It's just Elaine. I know." Peyton sighed. "June, I'm worried about you. This vendetta is consuming you." "It's not a vendetta," I snapped. "She's stealing my work, my future. And now I've found something even worse." "What could be worse than her taking credit for your work?" I hesitated, suddenly aware that I was in the office, surrounded by potential ears. "I can't talk about it right now. I'll come over tonight and explain everything." "Don't bother," Peyton said, her voice flat. "I'm going out with other friends who actually show up when they say they will." The call ended before I could respond. I sat there, phone in hand, a hollow feeling spreading through my chest. Peyton had been my rock since college, the one person I could always count on. Now she was pulling away, and I couldn't blame her. But I couldn't stop either, not when I was finally getting close to the truth. I spent the rest of the day gathering more evidence, carefully documenting the timeline of Elaine's theft and the suspicious stock sales. By evening, I had a solid case, not just of plagiarism, but potentially insider trading. As I was preparing to leave, Ryder appeared at my desk. "You missed the department meeting," he said quietly. "I was following up on something important." "What did I miss?" "Elaine announced she's recommending you for promotion to senior manager." I froze. "What?" "She sang your praises for 15 minutes, talked about your contributions to Westridge, and how you're being groomed for leadership." His eyes narrowed. It was quite the performance. My mind raced. A promotion would mean more money, more responsibility, more visibility. It would also make me look ungrateful if I accused her now. "She knows," I whispered. "She knows I'm on to her, and she's trying to buy my silence. Or set you up for a bigger fall," Ryder suggested. Promote you, integrate you further into her schemes, make you complicit. The elevator dinged, and Elaine stepped out, spotting us immediately. Her smile was warm as she approached, but her eyes were calculating. June, just the person I wanted to see. She placed a hand on my shoulder. I hope you don't mind. I made the announcement without you there. I wanted it to be a surprise. It certainly was, I managed, my face carefully neutral. We should discuss your new responsibilities over dinner. Are you free tomorrow night? Her tone made it clear this wasn't really a question. Actually, I have plans with Peyton tomorrow. The lie came easily. But I could do Friday. Perfect. The Capitol Grill at 7. She squeezed my shoulder. I'm so proud of how far you've come under my guidance. Every word was a dagger, but I smiled through it. I couldn't have done it without you. After she left, Ryder whistled low. You should consider acting as a backup career. That was impressive. I learned from the best, I said bitterly. Listen, I need to tell you something, but not here. We walked to a coffee shop 3 blocks away, far enough from the office to be safe. There, I laid out everything I'd discovered. The systematic theft, the suspicious stock sales, Oscar's ambiguous position. Ryder's face grew increasingly grave. June, this is way bigger than office politics. If they're trading on inside information, that's federal territory. I know, that's why I need to be absolutely certain before I do anything. What's your next move? I took a deep breath. I need to access Elaine's emails from March. I need to know what was in that meeting and who else might be involved. That's risky as hell. So is doing nothing. I met his eyes. Will you help me? He hesitated, conflict clear on his face. What exactly would helping entail? I need a distraction, something that will keep Elaine out of her office for at least 15 minutes while I check her computer. The weight of what I was asking hung between us. This wasn't just about standing up for myself anymore. This was potentially criminal activity on both sides. If we get caught, he began. I know, but if we don't try, they win. Again. Ryder was quiet for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Friday, during your dinner, I'll create a system emergency that needs her immediate attention. You'll have 15 minutes, max. As we parted ways, my phone buzzed with a text from Peyton. I'm still mad at you, but I love you. Whatever you're doing, please be careful. Some things aren't worth the cost. I stared at the message, wondering if she was right. Then I thought of Elaine's smug face, announcing my promotion. A promotion built on my stolen work. And my resolve hardened. Some things were worth any cost. Friday arrived with the weight of inevitability. I spent the day in a state of hyper-awareness, noting every glance, every conversation around me. The office felt like a minefield. One wrong step, and everything would explode. Elaine was in meetings most of the day, which gave me time to prepare. I rehearsed what I would look for on her computer, how quickly I could search her emails, what keywords might yield results fastest. At 6:30, I left to meet her at the restaurant, my stomach in knots. The Capitol Grill was exactly the kind of place Elaine loved. Expensive, exclusive, the kind of establishment where deals were made over rare steaks and $100 bottles of wine. She was already there when I arrived, nursing a martini at a corner table with a perfect view of the room. Power positioning, another one of her tactics. June, she smiled, rising slightly as I approached. You look lovely. Thank you, I said, smoothing the dress I'd chosen carefully. Professional but confident, armor for the battle ahead. We ordered drinks, made small talk about the weather, the restaurant, inconsequential office gossip. All the while I watched the minutes tick by on my watch, knowing Ryder would be positioning himself for our plan. So, Elaine said finally, leaning forward, let's talk about your future. Senior manager is just the beginning. I see a director role for you within 2 years, VP within 5. The path she described was exactly what I dreamed of when I joined the company. Now it felt tainted, built on theft and lies. That's very generous, I said carefully. I'm curious though, what exactly impressed you about my work on Westridge? A flicker of something, caution, perhaps, crossed her face before her smile returned. Your analytical approach, of course. The way you identified behavioral patterns, the competition missed. Interesting. That was actually based on research I did back in February, before you were even involved in the project. Her smile didn't waver, but her eyes hardened. We all build on each other's ideas, June. That's how good teams function. I hope you're not suggesting otherwise. Before I could respond, her phone rang. She glanced at it, frowned, and answered. This better be important. What? No, that's not possible. Her voice sharpened. I'll be right there. She hung up, already gathering her things. System crash at the office. The West Ridge presentation is corrupted, and we need it for the morning meeting. She threw cash on the table. Rain check on dinner. We'll continue this conversation Monday. As she rushed out, I felt a surge of both relief and anxiety. Ryder had come through. Now it was my turn. I waited 5 minutes, then took a cab back to the office. The security guard waved me through. I was a familiar face, and plenty of people worked late on Fridays. The executive floor was deserted, except for the sound of raised voices coming from the IT department down the hall. Elaine's office was unlocked. She'd left in too much of a hurry to secure it. I slipped inside, heart pounding so loudly I was sure someone would hear it. Her computer was still on, the screensaver swirling colors across the monitor. I moved the mouse, and her desktop appeared. No password prompt. Another stroke of luck. She must have disabled the automatic lock when she stepped away. I went straight to her email, searching for March 15th. There it was, a calendar invitation from Oscar for the OS strategy meeting, with a note, usual place, bring the Q1 projections, private conversation. Attached was a document labeled Q1 Actual Vise G Projected.xlsx. I opened it and found 2 sets of numbers, the public projections shared with investors and the actual internal forecasts, which were significantly worse. They had known the company would miss its targets weeks before the public announcement. They had sold their shares based on that knowledge. Textbook insider trading. I forwarded the email to my personal account, then searched for any mention of my name. Dozens of results appeared. I clicked on the most recent, from yesterday. Oscar, June is getting too close to the Westridge situation. I'm promoting her to keep her loyal and distracted. If that doesn't work, we may need to consider a restructuring that moves her elsewhere. She's smart, but ultimately replaceable. Let's discuss options at our next meeting. My hands shook as I forwarded that email too. Then I heard it, footsteps approaching the office. I quickly closed everything, slipped behind the door, and held my breath. The door opened, and Lana walked in, her eyes scanning the room before landing on me. "What the hell are you doing?" she hissed. "I could ask you the same thing," I whispered back. She closed the door behind her. "I'm the one who texted you, you idiot. I've been trying to build a case against Elaine for months." I stared at her, processing this revelation. "Why didn't you just tell me?" "Because I needed to know if you were serious or just complaining." She glanced nervously at the door. "Did you find anything?" "Insider trading, Oscar and Elaine both, and proof she's been stealing my work." Lana's eyes widened. "We need to go, now. Ryder can't keep her distracted much longer." We slipped out of the office and took the stairs instead of the elevator, emerging on a lower floor where we wouldn't run into Elaine. My heart was still racing, adrenaline making my hands shake. "What happens now?" I asked as we reached the lobby. "Now we take what we have to the board, specifically to Diana, the chairwoman. She's the only one not in Oscar's pocket." Lana's voice was steady, determined. "But we need to move fast. If Elaine suspects anything—" "She already does," I interrupted, showing her the email about my promotion. "She knows I'm on to her." Lana's face paled. "Then we have no time to waste. The board meets Monday morning. We present our evidence then, or not at all." As we parted ways outside the building, my phone buzzed with a text from Elaine. "System issue resolved. Strange that you left the restaurant without paying your share. Even stranger that security reports you entered the building 10 minutes after I arrived. My office, 8 a.m. Monday. Come prepared to explain yourself. I stared at the message, ice forming in my veins. She knew, somehow, she knew exactly what I'd done. The confrontation I'd been building toward was no longer a matter of if, but when. And Elaine had just seized control of the timing. The weekend passed, in a blur of preparation and anxiety. I barely slept, spending hours organizing evidence, rehearsing what I would say, and trying to anticipate Elaine's counterattacks. Lana and I spoke twice, coordinating our approach for the board meeting that would follow my confrontation with Elaine. Peyton came over Sunday night, our earlier argument forgotten in the face of what was coming. "You don't have to do this alone," she said, sitting cross-legged on my couch as I paced the living room. "I'm not alone. I have Lana and Ryder." "You have work allies," she corrected. "That's different from having someone who loves you, regardless of what happens tomorrow." I stopped pacing and looked at her, really looked at her for the first time in weeks. Her eyes were tired, worried, but unwavering in their support. "I'm scared," I admitted, the words catching in my throat. "What if this backfires? What if I lose everything I've worked for?" "Then you start over," she said, simply. "With me right beside you." I slept fitfully that night, dreaming of boardrooms that stretched endlessly, and Elaine's face multiplying like a hall of mirrors. I woke at 5 a.m., showered, and dressed with deliberate care. A charcoal suit that made me feel armored, hair pulled back severely, minimal makeup. Today wasn't about looking pretty, it was about looking formidable. The office was quiet when I arrived at 7:30, the early morning light casting long shadows across the empty desks. I used the time to set up in the small conference room, where the board would meet at 9 Psi, connecting my laptop to the projector, testing that everything worked. At 7:55, I walked to Elaine's office, my evidence folder tucked under my arm, my heart hammering against my ribs. Through the glass walls, I could see her already at her desk, impeccably dressed as always, reviewing documents with the serene confidence of someone who believed themselves untouchable. I knocked once and entered without waiting for permission. "Right on time," she said, without looking up. "Close the door." I did, then remained standing. Refusing the chair she gestured toward. "I prefer to stand." Now she looked up, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Suit yourself. Would you like to explain why you were in my office Friday night?" "No point in denying it. I was gathering evidence of your systematic theft of my work and your insider trading with Oscar. If I expected shock or outrage, I was disappointed." Elaine merely leaned back in her chair, studying me with something like curiosity. "Bold accusation. Proof?" I placed the folder on her desk, but kept my hand on it. "Emails, documents, timestamps, enough to convince the board, which meets in an hour." "The board," she repeated, a small smile playing at her lips. "You think the board will believe a senior manager? Oh, wait. You're not even that yet. Over the COO who's doubled the company's market share. I think they'll believe evidence. And I think they'll be very interested in those stock sales in March." Something flickered in her eyes, the first crack in her composure. "You're making a mistake, June. One that will end your career, not just here, but everywhere. No one hires troublemakers." "Is that what you told Lana and the others before her?" I leaned forward, placing my palms on her desk. "Did you really think we wouldn't eventually find each other? Compare notes, realize what you've been doing?" She stood abruptly, her chair rolling back to hit the wall. "You ungrateful little..." She caught herself, visibly regaining control. "I made you. Everything you know about this business, you learned from me." "No," I said, my voice steady, despite the adrenaline coursing through me. "You used me. You used all of us, and now it stops." "This isn't a negotiation," she snapped. "What do you want? Money? A real promotion? Name it. I want credit for my work. I want you to admit what you've done. And I want you to resign." She laughed, the sound brittle and sharp. "Never going to happen." Then I'll see you in the boardroom. I turned to leave. June. Her voice stopped me at the door. Think about what you're doing. Oscar won't let this happen. He needs me. I looked back at her, suddenly seeing not the intimidating figure who had loomed so large in my professional life, but simply a woman cornered by her own deceptions. Maybe he does, but after the board sees the evidence of your insider trading together, he'll be too busy saving himself to help you. The boardroom was filling up when I arrived. Lana was already there, sitting quietly in a corner, her face a mask of professional calm. Ryder stood by the coffee station, giving me a subtle nod. Oscar entered last, followed by Elaine, both of them radiating confidence that seemed forced around the edges. Diana, the board chairwoman, called the meeting to order. I understand we have an unscheduled presentation this morning. I stood, feeling every eye in the room on me. Yes, I have evidence of systematic intellectual property theft within the company, as well as potential securities violations. Oscar's face darkened. This is ridiculous. We don't have time for— Let her speak, Diana interrupted, her gaze sharp. Serious allegations deserve a hearing. I connected my laptop to the projector and began. With each slide, each email, each comparison of my original work to Elaine's claimed versions, the room grew more tense. When I reached the March stock sales and the internal projections that had been hidden from investors, the silence became absolute. This is absurd, Elaine finally said, her voice tight. These emails could be doctored. This is clearly a vindictive attempt by a junior employee who's angry about— They're not doctored, Lana interrupted, standing. I have copies of the same emails, obtained separately. As do I, came another voice. Ryder stood, holding up a flash drive. Different access point, same evidence. Elaine's face went rigid. She turned to Oscar, clearly expecting him to intervene. But he was staring at the projection screen, the color draining from his face. I think, Diana said into the silence, we need to continue this discussion without Ms. May and Mr. Murray present. Would you both please step outside while the board confers? Elaine stood, her movements stiff. This isn't over, she said, looking directly at me. I met her gaze steadily. Yes, it is. As she walked out, shoulders back, head high even in defeat, I felt no triumph, only a hollow relief that the truth was finally exposed. Diana turned to me after they left. That was either the bravest or the most foolish thing I've seen in 30 years of business. Sometimes they're the same thing, I said. She almost smiled. Indeed. Now tell us everything. From the beginning. I took a deep breath and started again, my voice stronger with each word. The weight I'd carried for months was lifting, replaced by something that felt surprisingly like freedom. The board meeting lasted 3 hours. By the end, my voice was hoarse, my confidence wavering under the relentless questioning. But the evidence spoke for itself. Undeniable, damning, impossible to explain away. When I finally emerged, the office was buzzing with whispers. Elaine and Oscar had been escorted from the building by security, their personal items to be packed and delivered later. The official story was pending investigation into ethical violations. But the truth raced through the company's gossip channels at light speed. Lana caught up with me at the elevator. Diana wants to see you tomorrow morning. Just you. What about you? And Ryder? We've had our meetings already. She smiled, a genuine expression I'd never seen from her before. I think you'll be pleased with the outcome. I should have felt victorious. Instead, I felt hollow, drained of the anger that had fueled me for weeks. I walked back to my desk in a daze, unsure what to do next. A small crowd had gathered there. Colleagues with questions, congratulations, confessions of their own negative experiences with Elaine. I answered mechanically, still processing the morning's events. Give her some space, Ryder finally said, dispersing the onlookers. When we were alone, he leaned against my desk. How are you really doing? I don't know, I admitted. I didn't think beyond this moment. That's understandable. It's been all-consuming. He hesitated. Listen, there's something you should know. Something I couldn't tell you before. My guard instantly rose. What? I was on Elaine's list too, 3 years ago, before you joined. A marketing campaign I developed. She took full credit. When I confronted her, she threatened to fire me for performance issues if I pursued it. I stared at him. Why didn't you tell me? Because I was ashamed, he said simply. I gave up. I let her win. You didn't. The revelation shifted something in me, not just how I saw Ryder, but how I saw myself. I hadn't just fought for my work, I'd fought for everyone who couldn't or didn't. That night, I met Peyton for dinner, bringing a bottle of champagne I couldn't really afford. To justice, she said, raising her glass. To surviving, I countered. We talked for hours, not just about Elaine and the fallout, but about everything I'd been too preoccupied to discuss in recent weeks. Peyton's new project at the gallery, her brother's engagement, the trip we'd been planning before my work consumed me. So what happens now? She asked as we walked back to my apartment. I meet with Diana tomorrow. Beyond that, I shrugged. I honestly don't know. Are you afraid? I considered the question carefully. No, I realized. For the first time in months, I'm not afraid. The next morning, Diana was waiting in what had been Oscar's office. The view of the city spread out behind her. She didn't waste time on pleasantries. The board has voted to terminate both Elaine and Oscar. The SEC has been notified about the stock sales. She gestured for me to sit. We're facing a significant leadership vacuum. I nodded, unsure where this was going. We need someone to take over the marketing department immediately. Someone who understands the projects in progress, who has demonstrated both creativity and integrity. She fixed me with a penetrating look. I'm offering you the position of acting director of marketing. My breath caught. That's a significant promotion. Yes, it is. Too significant, some might say, for someone your age, with your experience level. Her expression was unreadable, which is why it's temporary. 6 months. Prove yourself, and we'll make it permanent. Fail, and we'll bring someone else in. It was both an incredible opportunity and a potential setup for failure. The department was in chaos, morale at rock bottom. Taking over now meant inheriting all of Elaine's problems without her connections or experience. I have conditions, I heard myself say. Diana's eyebrows rose. I'm listening. First, I want Lana transferred back to her original team with a promotion to team lead. Second, I want a full audit of all projects from the past 2 years, with proper credit restored to the actual creators. And third, I took a deep breath. I want a seat at the table when you discuss the company's ethical guidelines moving forward. I expected resistance, maybe even withdrawal of the offer. Instead, Diana smiled. A small approving expression. Done, done, and done. Anything else? Yes. I want it in writing that I report directly to you, not to whoever replaces Oscar. She nodded. Smart, I was hoping you'd say that. She slid a folder across the desk. The paperwork is already prepared. Take the day to think about it. I didn't need a day. I signed immediately, my signature firm and decisive, in a way it hadn't been before all this began. As I left Oscar's, now Diana's office, I passed the conference room, where everything had come to a head. Through the glass, I could see a maintenance worker removing Elaine's name plaque from the wall. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Congratulations on the promotion. Enjoy it while it lasts. This isn't over. I should have felt frightened. Instead, I felt a strange calm. Whoever it was, Elaine or Oscar, or someone else entirely, they were missing the point. They still thought this was about power, about winning and losing. I deleted the message without responding and walked to what would now be my office. On the desk sat the silver pen Elaine had given me, retrieved from my old workspace. Ambition is the path to success. I picked it up, feeling its weight one last time, then dropped it into the trash. Success wasn't about ambition. It was about creation, integrity, and the courage to stand your ground when the world tried to move you. Elaine had taught me that lesson, just not in the way she intended.
The crystal champagne flute shattered in my father's grip, sending shards and expensive bubbles across our mahogany dining table. My 30th birthday dinner had just transformed into a nightmare. I'm Blair, and this was supposed to be my milestone celebration. Instead, my mother Charlotte chose this moment to present me with an envelope containing what she claimed was evidence of my theft from the family business. The accusation hung in the air like poison. "Explain this," my father Harold demanded, his face turning that dangerous shade of red I'd grown to fear since childhood. He thrust the papers toward me, his hands trembling with rage. "I don't understand," I said, scanning the documents. They showed wire transfers, account statements, and a series of transactions I'd never seen before. "These aren't mine. I've never—" "Don't lie to me!" Harold slammed his fist on the table, making everyone jump. My sister Lindsay grabbed my hand under the table, squeezing it tight. "Harold, darling, please calm down," my mother said, her voice dripping with fake concern. "I'm sure Blair can explain why she's been siphoning money into offshore accounts." I looked into my mother's eyes and saw something I'd never noticed before, a glint of satisfaction. That's when I knew. This was no mistake. This was calculated. "This is insane," I said, standing up. "I haven't stolen anything. Someone's setting me up." "The evidence is quite clear," Charlotte sighed, touching my father's arm. I didn't want to believe it either, but the numbers don't lie. Nearly $2 million, Blair. "What were you thinking?" Lindsay gasped beside me. $2 million? "I've already spoken with the board," Harold growled. "You have 24 hours to confess and return the money, or you're not only fired, you're out of this family." "Dad, please." "No." He stood up, towering over me. "I've given you everything. A position in the company, trust, responsibility, and this is how you repay me?" I looked around the table at the faces I'd known all my life. My father, veins pulsing in his neck. Lindsay, tears streaming down her cheeks. And my mother, wearing that perfect mask of concern that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I didn't do this," I said firmly, "and I can prove it." Charlotte's expression flickered for just a moment, so brief I almost missed it, but it was there. Fear. "There's nothing to prove," she said quickly. "The evidence is conclusive." "Then you won't mind if I hire my own forensic accountant to review everything?" I challenged, watching her carefully. "Every transaction, every document, every signature?" "That won't be necessary," Charlotte cut in. "We've already had everything verified." "By whom?" I demanded. "Enough?" Harold roared. 24 hours, Blair. Not a minute more." I grabbed my purse and stood up, my chair scraping against the hardwood floor. "You want the truth, Dad? Ask your wife where she was last Tuesday between 2 and 4 p.m. Ask her about the safety deposit box at First National. Ask her why she's so desperate to push me out of the company right now." Charlotte's face went white. Bull's eye. "Get out," Harold said, his voice deadly quiet. "Get out of my house." I walked to the door, then turned back one last time. "Happy birthday to me, right? Don't worry, Mom. I'll make sure this is a celebration you'll never forget." The heavy front door slammed behind me with satisfying force. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone and dialed a number I'd hoped I'd never have to use. "Ricky, it's Blair. Remember that favor you owe me? I need it now, and I need you to connect me with Emerson Fox." I got into my car and started the engine, my mind racing. My mother thought she was so clever, but she'd made one crucial mistake. She didn't know about the photos I'd taken last week or the conversations I'd recorded. She had no idea I'd been watching her for months, gathering evidence of her own schemes. She wanted to play games? Fine. But she'd forgotten who taught me how to play. As I pulled away from the mansion I'd grown up in, my phone buzzed with a text from Lindsay. "What's really going on?" I typed back quickly, "Truth time, sis, but not over text. Meet me tomorrow at the Blue Room, 10 a.m. Come alone." The city lights blurred as I drove, my mother's satisfied smirk burning in my memory. She thought she'd won, thought she'd finally found a way to push me out and take complete control. But she had no idea what was coming. Sometimes the best revenge isn't served cold. It's served with proof. And I had plenty of that. The Blue Room was nearly empty when Lindsay walked in, her designer heels clicking against the hardwood floor. She looked like she hadn't slept, dark circles visible even under carefully applied concealer. "You look terrible,"
I said as she slid into the booth across from me. Yeah, well, watching our family implode will do that. She grabbed my untouched coffee and took a long sip. Start talking, Blair. What did you mean about Mom and the safety deposit box? I pulled out my phone and showed her a photo. This is Mom entering First National last Tuesday. Notice the timestamp, 2:15 p.m. She told Dad she was at her charity board meeting. That doesn't prove anything, Lindsay said, but I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. No? How about this? I swiped to the next photo. Here she is meeting with James from accounting, the same James who verified those transactions in my name. Lindsay's hands started trembling. Blair, if you're suggesting what I think you're suggesting, Mom's been planning this for months, I said, keeping my voice low. Remember when Dad had that health scare last year? She's been positioning herself ever since, trying to gain more control of the company. I'm the only thing standing in her way. But why? Dad gave her everything she wanted. I laughed bitterly. Not everything. She wants to sell the company. Dad would never agree to that. It's his legacy. But with me discredited and you already focused on your own career, she could convince him to retire, Lindsay finished, realization dawning on her face. Oh God, Blair. The waitress appeared with fresh coffee, and we fell silent until she left. There's more, I said, pulling out a small recorder. Listen to this. Charlotte's voice filled our quiet corner. James, I need those documents modified exactly as we discussed. Blair's signature needs to be perfect. Yes, the payment will be made as agreed. No one will ever know. Lindsay's face went pale. When did you record this? Last week. I've been watching her ever since I overheard her talking about handling the Blair situation on the phone. Why didn't you tell Dad? Would he have believed me? I asked. You know how he is with her. She's got him wrapped around her finger. The cafe door chimed, and I looked up to see my father walking in. My heart stopped. Speaking of the devil, I muttered. Harold spotted us and strode over, his face set in hard lines. Lindsay, go home. Dad, wait. Now. Lindsay shot me an apologetic look and squeezed my hand before leaving. Harold took her place in the booth. You've got some nerve, he said, trying to turn your sister against your mother. I'm not turning anyone against anyone, I replied. I'm just showing her the truth. The same truth I'm going to show you if you'll listen. The only truth I need to see was in those documents last night. Those documents are fake, Dad. Mom orchestrated this whole thing. His face reddened. Watch yourself, Blair. That's your mother you're talking about. Yes, my mother who's trying to frame me for embezzlement so she can push me out and convince you to sell the company. That got his attention. What did you say? You heard me. Why do you think she's been meeting with Vernon Industries? Those weren't charity lunches, Dad. They were acquisition talks. You're lying, he said, but there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes. I pulled out the photos and the recorder. Am I? Take these. Listen to them. Look at the evidence yourself, but do it privately, where she can't explain it away. He stared at the items for a long moment before slowly taking them. If you're wrong about this, he warned. I'm not, but if I am, I'll sign a confession and walk away from everything. You have my word. Harold stood up, tucking the evidence into his jacket pocket. 24 hours, Blair. That hasn't changed. One more thing, I called as he turned to leave. Check Mom's calendar for next Tuesday. She has another meeting scheduled with Vernon Industries. Might want to show up unannounced. He left without responding, but I could see the tension in his shoulders. The seed of doubt was planted. My phone buzzed with a text from Ricky. Meeting set with Emerson. 2 p.m. today. His office. I smiled. Emerson Fox had been my father's business partner for 30 years. He also had his own history with my mother, one she thought nobody knew about. If anyone could help me expose the truth, it would be him. I left enough cash on the table to cover both coffees and headed for the door. As I stepped outside, another text came through. This one from an unknown number. Back off while you still can. Some secrets should stay buried. I screenshot the message and saved it to my evidence folder. Mom was getting nervous. Good. Time to pay Emerson a visit and show him exactly what Charlotte had been up to. After all, he deserved to know how she was planning to sell off the company he'd helped build. Let the games begin. Emerson's corner office hadn't changed in 20 years. Same leather chairs, same view of the city skyline, same smell of expensive cigars. He stood as I entered, his silver hair catching the afternoon light. "Blair?" he said, gesturing to a chair. "I must admit I was surprised to get your message." "Not as surprised as I was to find these," I replied, sliding a manila envelope across his desk. He opened it slowly, his expression changing as he examined the contents. Photos of my mother leaving Vernon Industries, copies of emails discussing company valuations, and a draft purchase agreement with his name conspicuously absent. "Where did you get these?" His voice was carefully neutral. "Does it matter? They're real, and you know it." I leaned forward. "She's planning to cut you out, Emerson, just like she's trying to cut me out." He sat back, rubbing his temples. "Your mother always was ambitious. That's one word for it. I have another: criminal. Those are dangerous accusations, Blair. So is falsifying documents to frame your daughter for embezzlement." I pulled out my phone and played the recording of Charlotte and James. Emerson's face darkened with each word. "Damn it, Charlotte," he muttered. Then louder, "What do you want from me?" "The truth. About everything, including what happened between you and my mother 15 years ago." His head snapped up. "How do you—" "I found the letters," I said, "hidden in that old filing cabinet in the basement. Very passionate stuff, Emerson. Does Dad know?" "That was a long time ago," he said quietly. "A mistake. A mistake she's been holding over your head ever since, right? That's why you've looked the other way while she's been making these backdoor deals." He stood up abruptly, walking to the window. "Your father is my best friend. Then help me save his company. Help me stop her before she destroys everything he's built." The intercom buzzed. "Mr. Fox, Mrs. Mitchell is here to see you." Emerson and I locked eyes. He pressed the intercom button. "Send her in." "Hide," he hissed at me, pointing to the adjacent conference room. I slipped inside just as my mother's voice filled the office. "Emerson, darling, we need to talk about Blair." "Yes, we do." His voice was cold. "Sit down, Charlotte." Through the crack in the door, I watched my mother settle gracefully into a chair. She's making wild accusations, trying to turn everyone against me. You haven't heard from her, have you? Would it matter if I had? Of course it would. She's unstable, Emerson. The stress of the company, the pressure, it's affected her judgment. These delusions about me trying to sell the company. Like these delusions? He dropped the Vernon Industries documents on the desk. Charlotte's composure cracked for just a second. "Where did you get those?" "Does it matter? They're real, aren't they?" "Emerson, please. You know how Harold is about the company. He'll never agree to sell, even though it's the smart move. Sometimes we have to guide people to the right decision. By framing your daughter for embezzlement?" She laughed, but it sounded hollow. "Is that what Blair told you? And you believed her? Remember who knows your secrets, Emerson. Remember what's at stake. Are you threatening me, Charlotte? I'm reminding you where your loyalties should lie." She stood up, smoothing her skirt. "Don't make me an enemy, Emerson. You won't like the consequences." After she left, I emerged from the conference room. Emerson looked years older. "Well," I said, "that was illuminating." "She'll destroy us all," he muttered. "Not if we stop her first." I sat down across from him. "I need access to the company's financial records. All of them, going back 5 years. That's impossible without board approval, unless the request comes from a board member." I raised my eyebrows meaningfully. He stared at me for a long moment. "If I do this, there's no going back. Your mother will know exactly who helped you." "She's already threatening you, Emerson. What more can she do?" He opened his desk drawer and pulled out a security badge. "Level 10 access. It'll get you into the records room after hours. But Blair?" He caught my arm as I reached for the badge. "Be careful. Your mother isn't the only one with secrets in those files." I took the badge, tucking it into my pocket. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet. This could end badly for all of us." As I turned to leave, he called out, "Blair, for what it's worth, I'm sorry about everything." I nodded and left his office, my mind already racing with plans. Tonight, I'd get the proof I needed, but first I had to call Ricky. If I was going to break into the company records room, I'd need his expertise in digital security. My phone buzzed with another text from the unknown number. You're playing a dangerous game. Ask Emerson what really happened the night of the merger. I smiled. Finally, a real lead. Time to find out what other skeletons were hiding in the family closet. You know this is insane, right? Ricky's voice crackled through my earpiece as I swiped Emerson's badge at the records room door. It was 11 p.m. and the office floor was deserted. Less talking, more hacking, I whispered. Are you into the security system? Almost there. Cameras are on loop. You've got 30 minutes before the system resets. The door clicked open and I slipped inside. Rows of filing cabinets lined the walls, with a computer terminal in the center. Okay, I'm in. Talk me through this. Boot up the terminal, I'll remote in and bypass the login. I followed his instructions, watching as the screen came to life and codes scrolled past. How did you get so good at this stuff anyway? Let's just say my previous job wasn't entirely legal. Found it, accessing files from the merger period now. Documents started populating the screen. Financial reports, board meeting minutes, and... Wait, stop, go back to that email thread. My heart pounded as I read the exchange between my mother and the Vernon Industries CEO from 5 years ago. Ricky, are you seeing this? Holy shit, he breathed. They've been planning this takeover for years. And look who else was copied on these emails. James from accounting. He's been helping her cook the book since before Dad's health scare. Blair, there's something else. Check the attachment on that last email. I clicked it open and froze. It was a photograph of Emerson with a woman who wasn't his wife, dated just weeks before the original merger. The email text was simple. Insurance policy. Keep this safe. She's been blackmailing him, I said. That's how she kept him quiet all these years. Suddenly, the lights flicked on. I spun around to find Lindsay standing in the doorway, her face pale. What are you doing here? I hissed. Following you, she said, stepping inside. Blair, you need to stop this. Ricky, I'll call you back, I said, pulling out my earpiece. Mom knows what you're doing, Lindsay continued. She's furious. She said she'll press charges if you don't back off. Let her try. I gestured to the screen. Look at this, Lindsay. Look what she's been doing. She approached hesitantly, scanning the emails. Her hand flew to her mouth. That's not... She wouldn't... She did. She's been playing everyone for years. Dad, Emerson, us. We're all just pieces in her game. But why? We have everything we could want. Because everything isn't enough for her. She wants control. Complete control. Lindsay sank into a chair. What are you going to do? First, I'm going to copy all of this. I plugged in a USB drive. Then I'm going to... The computer screen suddenly went black. No. I frantically pressed keys. What happened? Someone remotely shut it down. I grabbed the USB drive. How much did it copy? Blair. Lindsay's voice shook. Your phone. I looked at my screen to find a new message. Nice try. Check your email. My inbox loaded to reveal dozens of photos. Me breaking into the records room, accessing files, copying data. The subject line read, Corporate espionage is a serious crime. She knew, I whispered. She knew I'd come here. We need to leave, now. Lindsay pulled my arm. Wait. I ran to the filing cabinets, yanking open drawers. There has to be hard copies. Blair, please. Found it. I pulled out a thick folder labeled Merger Documents, Original. Inside was everything. The real agreements, undoctored financial statements, and... What's that? Lindsay pointed to a sealed envelope that had fallen to the floor. I picked it up. The handwriting on the front was familiar. Dad's. It was dated the day before his health scare, addressed to Emerson. Take it, Lindsay urged. We can read it later. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. We killed the lights and pressed ourselves against the wall as a security guard walked past, his flashlight beam sweeping the room through the window. Once he passed, we slipped out and ran to the emergency stairs. We didn't stop until we reached my car in the parking garage. What the hell do we do now? Lindsay asked, breathing hard. Now? I pulled out my phone and dialed. Now we talk to Dad's lawyer. Violet needs to see this. Blair. Lindsay grabbed my hand. I'm sorry I didn't believe you before, about Mom. It's okay, but Lindsay, I met her eyes. This gets worse before it gets better. Are you with me? She nodded slowly. I'm with you. My phone buzzed again. Last warning. Back off or tomorrow's board meeting will be very uncomfortable for everyone. especially Harold. I started the car, my mind racing. The board meeting, of course. That's when she planned to make her move. "We've got 12 hours, I told Lindsay. "Time to see what's in Dad's letter." As we pulled away, I caught a glimpse of movement in my rearview mirror, a figure watching from the shadows. The game was changing, and tomorrow would decide everything. Violet's home office smelled like old books and expensive perfume. At 6 a.m., she looked impossibly put together in a crisp suit, reading Dad's letter with narrowed eyes. "This changes everything," she said finally, placing the letter on her desk. "How bad is it?" I asked. "Your father knew." She tapped the paper. "He knew about the planned takeover, about Charlotte's manipulation, everything. He was gathering evidence before his health scare." Lindsay gasped. "Are you saying Mom was responsible for Dad's heart attack?" "The letter suggests she may have been tampering with his medication." Violet's voice was grim. "Harold suspected but couldn't prove it. That's why he wrote to Emerson. Insurance, in case anything happened to him." My hands shook with rage. She tried to kill him. "And now she's trying to destroy you," Violet said. "The board meeting is in 5 hours. What's your plan?" I pulled out the folder from the records room. "We have proof of her dealings with Vernon Industries, evidence of cooking the books, and now this letter. It's enough to stop her." "It's enough to put her in prison," Violet corrected. "But timing is crucial. Charlotte will expect you to make a move at the meeting." "Then we'll make our move before." I turned to Lindsay. "Call Dad. Tell him to meet us at Violet's office in an hour. It's time he knew everything." Lindsay stepped out to make the call. Violet leaned forward. "Blair, there's something else you should know. Your mother came to see me yesterday." "What did she want?" "To draft new company bylaws. Ones that would give her full control if Harold becomes incapacitated again." My blood ran cold. "She's planning something for today." "Almost certainly." Violet opened her laptop. "Which is why I took the liberty of contacting some old friends at the SEC. They're very interested in these financial discrepancies." Lindsay burst back in, face pale. "Dad's not answering. I called the house. The housekeeper says Mom took him to the hospital an hour ago. Something about chest pains." "No," I breathed. "Not again." I grabbed my purse. "Violet, go," she said. "I'll handle the board meeting delay. Just get to your father." We raced to the hospital, breaking every speed limit. In the elevator, my phone buzzed with a message. "Too late, darling. Should have backed off when you had the chance." The ICU waiting room was empty except for my mother, who looked up with perfectly feigned concern. "Oh, girls, thank goodness you're here." "What did you do?" I snarled. "Blair." She stood up, affronted. "Your father had another episode. Thank God I was there to call the ambulance." "Like you were there last time?" I stepped closer. "What was it this time, Mom? More medication tampering?" Her eyes flickered to Lindsay, then back to me. "You're hysterical. The stress is clearly affecting you." "Mrs. Mitchell?" A doctor approached. "Your husband is asking for you." "Of course." She smiled sweetly. "Girls, wait here. Family only for now." "We are family," Lindsay snapped. "The board meeting starts in 4 hours. Charlotte reminded me softly. "Such a shame you'll miss it, waiting here at the hospital. I'll be sure to express your regrets." As she turned to follow the doctor, I grabbed her arm. "This isn't over." "Oh, sweetheart." She patted my cheek. It was over before it began. The moment she disappeared down the hall, I pulled out my phone. "Ricky, I need you to hack the hospital security cameras. Right now." "On it," he said. "What am I looking for?" "My mother, anywhere near my father's room or the pharmacy in the last hour." Lindsay paced nervously. "Blair, what if she really does something to him?" "She won't," I said more confidently than I felt. "She needs him alive to maintain control. This is just to keep us away from the board meeting." My phone buzzed. Emerson calling. "Tell me you got my message," he said when I answered. "What message?" "The board meeting. Charlotte changed the venue. It's happening at Vernon Industries in 30 minutes. "What? That's not possible. It's 4 hours early." "She called an emergency session. Blair, they're voting on the sale right now." I looked at Lindsay, who nodded. "Go, I'll stay with Dad." "Send me the address," I told Emerson. "And Emerson, stall them, whatever it takes." I ran for the elevator, dialing Violet as I went. "Meet me at Vernon Industries. Bring everything. It's happening now." Racing through traffic, I called Ricky again. Tell me you found something. Better, he said. I found the pharmacy tech she bribed. He's willing to talk. Send his statement to Violet. Another text flashed on my screen. Running out of time, Blair. Just like Daddy. I gripped the steering wheel harder. Mom thought she had all the pieces in place, but she'd forgotten one thing. I had nothing left to lose. The Vernon Industries building loomed ahead, its glass towers reflecting the morning sun. Somewhere in there, my mother was about to destroy everything my father had built. Not if I could help it. The Vernon Industries security guard tried to stop me, but Emerson was already waiting in the lobby. 14th floor, he said as we rushed to the elevator. They're about to call the vote. Did you do what I asked? He patted his breast pocket. Recording device, as requested, caught every word of Charlotte's private meeting with the Vernon CEO before the board arrived. The elevator seemed to crawl. How bad? She promised him insider information about our overseas contracts. Illegal as hell. Perfect. My phone buzzed. Lindsay, Dad's awake. He's asking for you. The elevator doors opened to chaos. Board members clustered in small groups, whispering urgently. My mother stood at the head of the conference table looking triumphant. Blair, she said smoothly, how nice of you to join us, though I'm afraid you're not authorized to be here. Actually, Violet's voice rang out as she strode in behind me. She is. As a victim of corporate fraud, she has every right to address this board. Charlotte's smile tightened. There's nothing to address. The vote is about to begin. The vote is suspended, Violet announced, dropping a thick folder on the table, pending a federal investigation. The room erupted in murmurs. Charlotte laughed, but I caught the fear in her eyes. Investigation into what? Fraud, embezzlement, attempted murder. I stepped forward. Should I go on, Mom? These are ridiculous accusations. Play the tape, Emerson. He pulled out the recorder, and Charlotte's voice filled the room. Once Harold's out of the picture, permanently this time, the board will have no choice but to approve the sale. The color drained from her face. That's doctored. Like the evidence you planted to frame me? I turned to the board. Check your emails. You'll find proof that Mrs. Mitchell has been secretly negotiating this sale for years, manipulating company finances and attempting to eliminate anyone who stood in her way. Phones began buzzing as Ricky's mass email hit their inboxes. Including her own husband, Violet added, whose medication was tampered with under her orders. We have the pharmacy tech's sworn statement. Charlotte's mask finally cracked. You ungrateful little... Mrs. Mitchell, the Vernon CEO interrupted, standing up. Is this true? Of course not. This is a desperate attempt by my daughter to... To what, Mom? I pulled out Dad's letter. To expose how you've been poisoning him, planning to seize control, destroying everyone who opposed you? You have no proof. Actually, Lindsay's voice came from the doorway. We do. She walked in, followed by our father in a wheelchair, still in his hospital gown, looking pale but furious. Harold, Charlotte whispered, you should be in the hospital. Signed myself out, he growled. Had to see for myself if what the girls told me was true. He held up his phone. Just watched your little meeting with the Vernon CEO. Very enlightening. Darling, I can explain. Save it for the prosecutors. Violet cut in. They're very interested in speaking with you. Charlotte's eyes darted around the room, finding no allies. In a flash, she lunged for her purse, but Emerson was faster. He grabbed it, spilling the contents, including a USB drive labeled contingency. Looking for this? I picked it up. Your insurance policy? Too late. We found all your blackmail material last night. You're making a mistake, she hissed. All of you. I built this company as much as Harold did. No, Mom. I stood directly in front of her. You just tried to destroy it, and now everyone knows exactly who you are. The elevator dinged, and 2 FBI agents stepped out. Violet nodded to them. Perfect timing, gentlemen. Charlotte Mitchell? One asked. We need you to come with us. As they led her away, she turned back one last time. Blair, remember what I taught you about revenge? That it's best served cold? I smiled. I remember, Mom. I learned from the best. The boardroom emptied quickly, the Vernon CEO practically running for the elevator. Dad wheeled himself to the head of the table, looking exhausted but relieved. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I should have seen it sooner. I knelt beside his chair. We all should have. The company is safe, Violet assured him, though we'll need to do damage control. Later, Lindsay said firmly. Right now you're going back to the hospital, Dad. And this time, I'm personally checking every medication. My phone buzzed one last time. An unknown number. Well played. But remember, some secrets stayed buried today. Don't go digging too deep. I deleted the message. Whatever other skeletons lurked in the company closet could wait. We had won the battle that mattered. Blair? Dad caught my hand. Thank you for fighting for the truth. I squeezed his hand, watching Lindsay gather his things. That's what family does, Dad. The real kind, anyway. Outside, I could hear sirens fading into the distance, carrying my mother away to face her consequences. It wasn't the birthday celebration I'd expected, but maybe it was the one we all needed. The next week passed in a blur of legal meetings, press statements, and hospital visits. Dad was recovering well, but the betrayal had aged him more than any medication ever could. I sat in his hospital room, watching him read through the company reports I'd brought. The board wants to meet tomorrow, I said. They're nervous about the publicity. Let them be nervous. He set down the papers. What your mother did, it's going to take time to rebuild trust. Dad, about the company. A knock interrupted us. Emerson stood in the doorway, looking uncomfortable. Harold Blair, we need to talk. If this is about the SEC investigation, I started, it's about the merger. The original one, 15 years ago. He closed the door. There are things you both need to know. Dad sat up straighter. Emerson, don't. They found the files, Harold. All of them. It's only a matter of time before the investigators piece it together. Piece what together? I looked between them. Emerson pulled up a chair. The company wasn't just yours to merge, Harold. You had a partner. Had being the operative word, Dad muttered. What partner? I demanded. Your Uncle Robert, Emerson said. Your mother's brother. The room went silent. I'd never heard of an Uncle Robert. He died in a car accident, Dad said quietly. 2 weeks before the merger. Convenient timing, I said, my stomach turning. Very, Emerson agreed, especially since he opposed the merger, was going to block it, in fact. That's enough, Dad snapped. No, it's not. Emerson turned to me. Your mother didn't start being manipulative recently, Blair. She's been playing this game for decades. Are you saying... I couldn't finish the question. The accident was never investigated properly, Emerson said. The police chief at the time was a close friend of your mother's. Dad's hands were shaking. I didn't know, not until after, when Charlotte let something slip. By then, the merger was complete. And you kept quiet? I stood up, anger rising. For 15 years? She had evidence, he said. Made it look like I was involved. Said if I ever told anyone, she'd destroy everything. The company, our family, everything. That's what was really on that USB drive, Emerson added. Not just recent blackmail material, proof of everything that happened back then. My phone buzzed. Violet, found something in the old files. Come to my office, now. I have to go, I said, grabbing my bag. The investigators will want to know about this. Blair, wait. Dad caught my arm. There's more. About Robert. About why your mother really wanted him gone. Tell me. He wasn't just opposing the merger. He was investigating Charlotte's connection to another death, your grandmother's. The room spun slightly. Grandma died of natural causes. That's what the death certificate says, Emerson said. But Robert had evidence suggesting otherwise. Another buzz? Lindsay this time? Mom's asking to see us. Says she'll tell everything. I showed them the message. Dad's face hardened. Don't trust her. She's trying to manipulate you again. Maybe, I said. But what if she's ready to confess to all of it? It's a trap, Emerson warned. Probably, but I need to know the truth. I headed for the door. All of it. Blair, Dad called after me. Whatever you learn. I'm sorry, I should have been stronger. Should have stopped her years ago. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. In the hallway, I called Lindsay. Meet me at Violet's office first. There's something we need to see before we talk to Mom. Already here, she said. Blair, it's bad. Really bad. How bad? Mom didn't just kill Uncle Robert. She killed 3 other people who got in her way. Violet found the proof in sealed records. I leaned against the wall, breathing deeply. Text me the address of Mom's holding facility. I'll be there in an hour. Be careful, Lindsay said. She's desperate now. Desperate people are dangerous. I know, that's counting on. I stepped into the elevator, my mind racing. All these years we'd lived with a monster, never seeing her true face. Now it was time to confront her, to hear her justify decades of murder and manipulation. My phone buzzed one last time, an unknown number again. Ask her about the summer house fire. Ask her why she really killed Robert. Some secrets are worth dying for. I saved the message. Whatever game my mother was playing, whatever secrets she still held, it ended today. One way or another, the truth would finally come out. The elevator doors opened and I stepped out into the sunshine, ready to face the darkness that had shaped our family for generations. It was time to hear my mother's confession. The prison visiting room was cold and sterile. My mother sat across from me in her orange jumpsuit, somehow still managing to look elegant. Lindsay gripped my hand under the table. My girls, Charlotte said softly. I knew you'd come. We're not here for a reunion, I said. We want the truth about everything. She smiled that familiar, calculating smile. The truth? Are you sure you can handle it? Try us, Lindsay snapped. Start with Uncle Robert. Ah, Robert. She leaned back. My righteous big brother, always trying to protect me, even from myself, until he started digging into things that didn't concern him. Like Grandma's death? Mother was sick, Charlotte said sharply. She needed help ending her suffering. That wasn't your choice to make, I said. No? Like it wasn't my choice when your father wanted to sell the company to those vultures 15 years ago? Robert would have let it happen. So you killed him, Lindsay whispered. I protected what was ours. Charlotte's eyes flashed. Just like I protected us from the summer house fire that would have exposed everything. The insurance investigator, I realized, the one who disappeared. He was going to ruin us. I did what I had to do. And the others? I pulled out Violet's files. The accountant in 05, the board member in 12. Necessary sacrifices. They were people. Lindsay slammed her hand on the table. With families. Everything I did for our family, Charlotte hissed. To keep us powerful. To keep us wealthy. To give you girls everything. No. I stood up. You did it for yourself. Because you're a sociopath who can't stand losing control. She laughed, but there was an edge of desperation to it. You think you've won? You think exposing all this makes you powerful? She leaned forward. I still have one card left to play. Your hidden evidence? I smiled. The USB drive, already found it, along with the real records from the merger, the proof of your embezzlement, and your private accounts in the Caymans. For the first time, real fear crossed her face. It's over, Mom, Lindsay said. The FBI has everything. The DA is pressing charges for 4 counts of murder, attempted murder, fraud, and conspiracy. You're looking at life in prison, I added. No deals, no escape routes, just consequences. You ungrateful little... She lunged across the table, but the guards were faster, restraining her. I gave you everything. No, you took everything, I said calmly, and now we're taking it back. As the guards led her away, she screamed, You'll regret this, both of you. I'm still your mother. No, Lindsay called after her. You're just the woman who gave birth to us. There's a difference. Outside the prison, we sat in my car, processing. My phone buzzed. Dad, it's done. Board approved the restructuring. Company's safe. He did it, I told Lindsay. Dad secured the company. New board, new safeguards. And us? What do we do now? I started the engine. Now we rebuild. The right way. Blair? She touched my arm. I found something else in Mom's things. A letter from Uncle Robert written the day before he died. He knew what she was planning. He wrote that his biggest regret was not being able to protect us from her. Maybe we protected ourselves in the end, I said, by choosing truth over power, by being better than her. My phone buzzed again. Emerson. Board meeting tomorrow. They want to name you CEO. I showed Lindsay the message. She smiled. Take it. Show everyone what real leadership looks like. Only if you come back as CFO, I said. We do this together or not at all. Together, she agreed. No more secrets, no more lies. I pulled away from the prison, watching it shrink in my rearview mirror. My mother would spend the rest of her life there, surrounded by the consequences of her choices. You know what's funny? Lindsay said as we drove. She thought she was teaching us about power. Instead, she taught us about justice. And family, I added. The real kind. My phone lit up one last time. An unknown number. Congratulations, you won. But remember, power isn't just about control, it's about choice. I deleted the message without responding. We had all the power we needed now, the power of truth, of justice, and of real family bonds. Dad was waiting at the office with Emerson and Violet, ready to plan the company's future, a future built on honesty and integrity, not manipulation and fear. Ready? Lindsay asked as we pulled into the parking garage. I thought about everything we'd discovered, everything we'd overcome, about the strength we'd found in standing together against darkness. Ready, I said and stepped out into the light. Some people spend their lives seeking power, but real power comes from knowing who you are and standing firm in your truth. My mother never understood that, but we did, and that made all the difference.